And there we go. So now it looks like we are up on both Twitch and Mixer. All right. So, funny story.
It still shows you as offline.
Just a second. It's good. So, interesting story. You know, once upon a time, I decided I was going to go to college, and in the middle of college, I said, you know, wait a minute, I need a new computer. So I go to a famous system integrator that everybody knows and loathes called Dell, and I find an Alienware desktop, and I spend about $1,200 for this computer, and unfortunately, it didn't turn out the way that I hoped it would. It's just been a long, arduous process of pain. Normally, I can build my own computer, and I would build my own computer, but I was pressed at the time and had nothing, didn't have the resources or the time to do it. Anyway, so after about 6 months, I got tired of it, started buying new parts, built another computer. Well, today, we are going to be building a new computer to replace the Alienware. So keep in mind, I'm going to keep all this under focus for people who haven't really built a computer much in their life. I want to be sure to cover a variety of topics. So if you have any questions, please feel free to pop it up in chat. I am streaming both Twitch and Mixer just in case, and I will answer them as they pop up. Beyond that, there's a lot of hardware to be going on here, so I went ahead and took the liberty of setting this up 3 camera angles to play with. So as we're going through, I'll be able to adjust the camera angles to my desktop or to an overview up here, so you can kind of see what's going on and where it's going to be at. Aside from that, this is my lovely wife. Those who know me any length of time know her. Those who don't, that's the wife. Hi, wife. So let's get started. First thing we're going to do is, as a PC builder, for the novices that don't come in, the first thing you got to do is you need to work out your part list. Now, working out your part list can be done a variety of different ways, but generally speaking, you'd go on something like PC Part Picker or something to that effect, and you would look down the list, find your parts, mix and match them, and put them together. The interesting thing about it, though, is that there's a lot of things that if you were to go to your normal brick and mortar store, they're not going to tell you. And I've seen a lot of tech tubers do the exact same thing. For instance, give me just a moment here. If you read the side of a piece of your video cards before you buy them, it's going to give you a system requirement. It's going to say, okay, well, this requires a 400 watt power supply with 48 amps along the 12 volt rail. A lot of people don't realize what that means. So if you look at the tech tubers, they're going to say, oh yeah, 750 watts, it's fine. Well, the reason why 750 watts is going to be fine is because they're basically fishing with a shotgun. So they're throwing a lot of power at it, and it's going to be able to do it. But for those who are more budget concerned, and this is kind of key, if you look on your power supply box, this is a power supply box I picked up from Micro Center here, got it on sale, pretty good deal. If you look along it, right on the back, you can see it right here. It says DC output. On your DC output, it's going to show 3.3 volts, 5 volts, 12 volts. These are your rails, okay? Underneath that, you're going to see max output current, and this one for the 12 volt rail, you're looking at 70.9 amps, okay? So my video card can support 42 amps. This is more than enough to make that happen. Now, my power supply says it's 600 watts. It should work just fine. Yes and no. If you don't have the right amperage going to it, your computer might start and it'll run for a little bit, but then once it starts hitting a load, your video card's going to start asking for more power. When it does, it's going to pull power from something. It's going to be starved. It's going to pull power from something, whether it's your processor, your motherboard, or any other number of things, and it can cause a little bit of trouble down the road. It's not going to damage it. God forbid it damages any components, but more likely than not, it's just going to cause a blue screen or it's going to crash you. So now let's get to the build. Okay, so the things we're going to need here, starting off with, aside from your parts, you need a way to open up the box. Got that right here. Now let's go ahead and change our camera angle, make this a little bit easier to look at. You're going to need a set of side cutters. Side cutters are used to cut cable ties up for cable management in general. You want some thermal compound. Now, this particular compound is made by Arctic Cooling. It's called MX4 compound. Now MX4 is actually something I recommend any first-time computer user build with, because it's a non-conductive, non-capacitive compound, meaning if you happen to put too much on it, you don't have to worry about it spilling over because it's not going to fry anything. Other compounds like Arctic Silver 5, which is one of my favorites, I use it at work every day, it's a great compound, but it uses a synthetic metal inside of it. Synthetic metal, when it starts touching components, if you put too much on, it can ooze out and it can potentially fry components, which is not good. So if you're a beginner, find Arctic MX4 compound. You can find it at just about any brick and mortar shop that you come across. Next thing you're gonna need here, you're gonna need a screwdriver kit. This is a pro kit that I use for when I do video game refurbishment, but it should serve the purpose here as well. It's gonna have a series of different screwdrivers that we need. What we really need specifically is the Phillips head. So we're just gonna pull that out. We're gonna get that all ready to go. We're not gonna need any of the other stuff. The other stuff would come into handy if I was doing something like reapplying thermal paste to my video card or something to that effect. I'm not doing that, so we don't really need all that, but what we are going to need is that, and potentially the two Phillips head sockets out of it, because sometimes, even though most of your screws are going to be your standard PH2 size that you see for many screwdrivers, occasionally you'll run to that really oddball one that has a smaller Phillips head, so you definitely want both of those available just in case. Better to have it, not need it, than need it, not have it. You know, kind of like condoms and handguns. All right, the part list. We're going to go ahead and go to the overview cam now. This is the overview cam. Now, the case we chose for today's build is going to be the Lianli 011 Dynamic. Now, you can't see it here, but don't worry. We're going to pull it out, and it's going to be really nice. Aside from that, we're going with an older chipset this time. We're going with the Strix X99 gaming motherboard. This is actually this is built on the X99 chipset. The reason why we picked this for this build was because, like I said, I purchased an Alienware. The Alienware had a 6850 processor, and because of that, I was extremely limited as to my options. Don't judge me. So, all right, we're going to go ahead and we're going to pull that out right now. We're going to get that all started. Go ahead and move this back out of the way so the peeps at home can watch. So inside of this, when you get ready to set all this up, it's very important that you do a test, that you do a pre-test. The reason why you do a pre-test is you want to make sure all the components work before you start putting it in the case. If you start putting it in the case if you start putting it in one part at a time into the case, you could run into problems. You could have a bad component, and then you got to sit here and dig everything out to try to figure out where the issue lies. Always keep your boxes too. That's a standard rule I use for a lot of things. I always try to keep my boxes for at the very least through the warranty period, because if you need to bring them back for any reason and RMA them, then they're going to ask it for you to send it in the original box sometimes, and they're going to ask you for other things specifically. Can you hand me the PC socket cover out of there? Because I'm going to need that box. I can't.
It's right here.
Yeah, I need the box. We're not done with the box yet. Go ahead and I'm going to pull these off for the purposes of tutorial.
What about the installation tool?
No, we don't need a PC installation tool. Fucking PC. Okay, so here's the deal. All right, hold on. I'm going to switch camera angles for this. Okay, so here's the deal. The PC and the CPU installation tool. Okay, look, man. I'm 37 years old. I've been building computers since I was in my teens, okay? My first computer I put together was a 75 megahertz Pentium 1 processor, okay? With an 8 megabyte video card. That I was just wowed that I get 256 colors out of it. Now you get 16.8 million or something like that. We didn't have these then. We didn't need them then. You don't need them now. However, if you want the peace of mind of using it, I'm not going to judge you. Just be sure you read all the instructions when using this, because if you don't use it right, you're going to put the CPU in wrong. You're gonna bend some pins. You're gonna screw up your motherboard. But for us, we don't need this garbage. So nice catch. Okay, I need the CPU. Another thing for beginners. A lot of new boards are coming with little parts that look like this. Now you can't really see it because the focus on this camera is garbage, and I am sorry for the poor production quality. We will get better cameras eventually, but This here is basically an adapter that'll allow you to plug this into your I/O header, so that you can put in the power and the LEDs and all that. This is okay for beginners, but honestly, it's not 100% necessary either, because if you look close enough, and I will put it right here, if I were to bring this up close enough to you, you will see the information is right there along the bottom of the motherboard, right next to the pins anyway. So while it is cute and it is nice to have for a beginner, it's not necessary as well. We're getting that the hell out of here. Okay. Now,
keep them in case you gotta RMA it, because you gotta send back everything.
yes. No. This one specifically. Okay. So notice I have a CPU in here right now. That's because I already did a test fitting on this, but I wanted to make sure that it worked for the stream before we got it all set up. So I can already verify that all the parts work in this, but I'm gonna go ahead and pop that out. I'm just gonna set that off to the side for now. Now, a lot of times, whenever you get a new computer in, it's gonna show up with this in here. Now, this is the socket. This is the socket protector. I cannot stress how important it is to keep this, okay? This is a very important piece. And the reason why it's an important piece is it comes in just like this. You're going to lift it up like so. You're going to drop your processor in. Now, if you look very closely at your processor, you're going to see you have a little gold triangle right here on the corner. If you look on the outside here on the X99, there's a triangle right here on this end. So that means we're just going to set her in just like that. And when we drop it in place, we'll give it just a little tiny wiggle, make sure it's all in place. Now, with this protector still on, you would end up closing it up. You'd end up locking it in place using the outside arm first. And then this would pop up. You take this, stick it back in your box, because should anything happen to this motherboard, you're going to need this to RMA it. Another important reason, I recently purchased a motherboard from eBay. Yes, I know, eBay, evil. And the guy, I contact the guy and I'm like, oh yeah, did you overclock it? No, it's still all original. It's still all good. Okay, fantastic. I was super excited. It's a Rampage 5 motherboard, $500 motherboard. Got super excited about it. It showed up and he didn't leave the socket protector on it. Threw all the excess hardware directly on top of it. It banged around in UPS shipping and I ended up with bent pins and had to send it back to him, which led me to go buy this one. I'm still, the wound is still fresh if you haven't noticed yet. So we're going to go ahead and slide our socket in there. We're going to put this retention arm. This is called the retention arm. We're going to bring that down. We're going to push that in place. Lock that in. Push that one in. Lock that in. There we are. Okay. Now, best practice here is we're going to go ahead and we're going to make sure that we want to build. When it comes time for your pre-boot, you want to assemble the bare minimum components to this, okay? So we're going to bring this up here. Bare minimum components, meaning you don't want to plug in hard drives. You don't want to plug in anything extra that you don't need. Just you just want processor, RAM, video card if needed, power. That's all you need to start off with. You get those things started and see if you can get it to go into post. Post is basically a pre-operating system check. In fact, that's what it means. It's a pre-operating system test. Post, P-O-S-T. And what it does is it goes in the system and the system does a pre-check across the whole board. It makes sure that everything's functioning, everything's connected the way it's supposed to be. Once it determines everything's connected the way it's supposed to be, now it starts up your BIOS so that so it starts running all the appropriate drivers and everything for what's inside your motherboard so that it can redirect and go into your operating system and everything else. If your system can't post, it cannot start. So you'll hear a lot of tech tubers talk about getting to post. That's what getting to post is in a nutshell. So aside from that, we're gonna come back down here to our desk view. So we've got our CPU in now. Now, normally I would say install the cooler, but in this particular instance, the cooler is a lot larger than our profile. So what we're going to do at this particular point is we're going to install our RAM. Now, this is our RAM. It's Trident Z RGB by G.Skill. Now, with RAM, it is important to know this, okay? Be sure you do your research on your RAM. Even though all RAM at the base component is made by one of the big three manufacturers, it's either Hynix, Micron, or Samsung. When companies get a hold of these, they kind of do their own little thing to them. So not every stick of RAM is always compatible with every motherboard. So you want to be sure you get one that's compatible with your motherboard. And it's also important that since we're using what's called an X99 chipset, this is older hardware. This is at least 2 generations old. So we want to be sure that the RAM that we purchased is able to downclock. Okay, what downclock is there's a voltage requirement that this is allowed to run at. It's this one's a 3000 megahertz kit, but our processor will only handle. I think our processor's only going to handle 2400 max, 2133 minimum. So, but the thing is, the 2400 was an overclocked frequency for that. So we needed to be sure that it would downclock to 2133 so that the processor would allow the motherboard to post. So in that case, we went with this. And now keep in mind, I've got RAM here. I do have some RAM here that I will be happy to show you.
Because you don't have to go with the
You don't have to go with the
bright and shiny,
yeah,
pretty RAM.
Yeah, you don't have to go with all that. Remember, I told you, it's one of the big three: Hynix, Micron, or Samsung. All right. The only difference between this fancy metal chip with pretty lights and this one right here
is the covering.
They're both in this particular model. Hynix still makes the internal components. If I were to strip this back, it would look just like this, but with a black board, okay? If you're on a budget, there's nothing wrong with green RAM. It will serve the purpose and it will work. And the heat spreaders, no matter what they tell you, they don't really do much of anything for actual heat dissipation of the RAM. You can check Linus Tech Tips. You can check Gamers Nexus. They will tell you the exact same thing. This is honestly just bling to make it look good, and while it does, sometimes that bling comes with a premium price. Just like anything that says gaming on it is going to come at you for a premium price. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to get a RAM set in place. Let me go back to our overview cam. All right, so inside of this, we got 4 slots on each side. We want to be sure we get them in the correct slots so that it'll post. Every manufacturer has a different standard for this. When in doubt, RTFM. Okay? RTFM means read the fracking manual. Okay? In the manual, it's going to explain everything that you need. Don't assume that you can just plug and play or follow this guide and it's going to tell you, follow this stream, it's going to tell you everything you need to know. Different chips have different requirements, different manufacturers set things up in different ways. So if you RTFM, you will know exactly the way to set this up. Now, if I was going with 4 RAM sticks, which these are all 2133 RAM sticks, I verified that they work with it because I had to. And these, on the other hand, are 3000s. Okay, so I'm going to set these out here for your personal edification and to look at. All right, I could use these 4 or I could use these 2. All right, the system would post. It would work either way I go about it. So, I did use these. There's 32 gigabytes here. Ideally, I would say I would go for that. But we've got a black board. It's all pretty. For the purpose of the stream, I wanted to use these. So we're going to use these. There's only 16 gigabytes here versus the 32 on the table. We're going to go with these, but at least you know it's there. Now, if we were to go through the manual and we were to actually look for the actual setup for the RAM configuration, it's going to tell you right here. If you look close enough, it's going to say assemble 1 stick this way, 2 sticks this way, 4 sticks this way, and so on and so forth to achieve your desired results. In this case, we're putting it in B1 and D1. So what we do is we'll look up here on our motherboard. Our motherboard's going to have here, it's going to say A1, A2, B1, B2, right? So what was our 2 that we were looking at? B1 and D1?
Correct.
So we're going to go B1, which is the 3rd one in the sequence here. Boom. And we're going to set that in just like that. Now, when setting this in, if you look close enough, you're going to have a clip. A lot of these are going to have a clip either on one side or both sides, okay? If it's on both sides, you're going to clip both back like this so that you can get it in. You're just going to line it up, pay attention to where this notch is right in the middle. It's going to match up with a notch right here on the slot. Just go in there, set it in place, give her a snug pull, and you hear that click, you know you're in. All right.
Always go down straight.
Yes, always go down straight. It's very important. Okay, so D1 we're going to open up. It's right here, like that. Now, usually however you put in the first one, the opposite side is going to be flipped. So we already know, since we went in this way, we're going to flip this around just like this, so the middle sides are going to be out. This piece should automatically just slide in just like so, and give it a satisfying little click, and it's in. Okay, so there we go. So now we've gone through CPU and we've gone through RAM installation. All right, the next thing we need to worry about is that cooler. Now, coolers come in a variety of different shapes and sizes. Okay, they could be, they could come up as your typical cooler, your air blower style cooler that you see in a lot of Intel or in a lot of Ryzen chips. It's just a big metal plate with a fan on it. You stick it on top, and it keeps it cool. However, there are other coolers as well. There are aftermarket coolers that serve the same purpose. In this case, since we didn't have one for this chip, I didn't have one around. The only one I had was from Alienware. I bought an aftermarket. This one here is a Master Air G100M from Cooler Master. There's a couple of reasons why I chose this. Okay, number one, I'm on a budget. It was $35. Okay, so that right there is a whole not a bad thing. Second reason I bought it is because it's RGB, it does light up, and I want it to be able to match the ecosystem of what I'm putting in. So since this is an ASUS board, it's going to use ASUS RSync RGB to allow it to get it to unify the lighting profile on it. Third reason, she liked how it looked. I mean, come on,
it looks like a little spaceship.
So one thing about this though, and I will point this out,
love that?
With the Master Air G100M, I'm going to be 100% front. This is, beyond all doubt, the worst manual I've ever tried to read in my life. I'm sure it works great for other chipsets, but for the 2011 V3 on the X99 platform, this sucks. You have to do a lot of inference to get it to where you need. It's just, oh my, don't even get me started on how I can go on. And the tool. This tool, okay, Cooler Master, you really need to reconsider your life decisions on this. This is a horrible tool. Look at this. Look at that. It's like a wrench, but it's got like a little clamp on the end of it, right? So even if you can get it in there, it's going to catch the arm and then you can't turn it. Oh, just don't even get me started. Okay, so you're about to see just how insanely frustrating this is because I'm going to put this thing in again. Now keep in mind, I've already done multiple tests. I've assembled and disassembled it multiple times. So that's why the brackets aren't off. Normally when you get this would all be disassembled and these arms would be off and these bolts would be off. And then I'd have to screw it all in and put it all together and just one big nightmare. But this time, we're going to go ahead and I decided I would just simplify it. So I left that on there for storage purposes. We're going to pull that off. We're going to set that out of the way. Now, when it comes to that, always go ahead and just stick that to the side of the box or something like that because what will happen is if you ever have to store it for any reason, you can clean this off really good with some isopropyl alcohol, and then you can grab that sticker, you can put it back on it, store it away, and you don't have to worry about it getting scuffed up or anything, or any dust being put on it. So let's get back down here to our board. So with our board, and I do apologize for once again the poor production value. We're on a budget. We'll get better. I assure you. You got the long angle here. That's not going to work. So if I were to hold this up to you, and you can see it, can you hit that light over there? Turn that light off, please. Thank you. Okay, so you see here, you've got 4 screw holes. You got one here, one here, one here, and one here. Okay. Now, aside from that, you've got this right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is not difficult. Okay, so I'm gonna let the missus come here and put this in. Now, basically, the whole idea about this is that this right here is your integrated heat spreader, okay, or your IAS or IHS. Underneath this, you have the actual CPU die. That's where all the heat comes from. So the idea behind putting on your thermal compound is you want it to be as center as possible, and you don't want to put too much on, but you don't want to put too little on. Because basically what's going to happen is this. This right here is a piece of metal. That is a piece of metal. If you put them together and set it just on top of it, just like this, there's going to be a layer of air between it. You're not going to have good contact. and the heat's not going to transfer into the copper, which is in turn isn't going to dissipate into the heat sink.
And you also don't want to draw designs on it because then
Yeah.
you're just asking for air bubbles.
Yes. So the idea is when you put this on, you want to have enough to cover the chip, but as little as humanly possible at the same time. Also, you want to put it in such a configuration that whenever you set this on there, no matter, and I don't care what they say, no matter what they tell you, there is absolutely no way you can put that fluid on this chip and not have an air bubble. It's just a matter of mitigating as many air bubbles as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the two best ways to do this that I have found in the time frame, especially with studies and whatnot, is you can either use what's called the pea or rice method, which is you're just going to put in about the half a size. If you take a pea, you cut it in half and lay it down. That's about the size you're going to set right in the center of the die. Or the other method is an X method. You can do an X method across. Okay. What that does is whenever you set this down on top of it, it's going to push from the middle and it's going to spread it out evenly across. And then it's going to still have some air bubbles because there's no way around it, but it's not going to be as bad as it could be. Do you want to put it on or no?
Sure.
Okay. All right.
And when in doubt, always buy more thermal paste because you don't want to be building it and then not be able to find it.
Yes, you will be. And okay, so and they do come with some, like this actually comes with it. I can't state whether it works or whether it doesn't, but a good standardized rule is don't trust the thermal paste that comes with it. While it could work temporarily, it's not perfect, and because of that, always buy some extra thermal paste.
Can you hand me a sticky pad? Sticky note?
Sure. I'll hand you a sticky note.
I always like to make sure to get the little air bubble out of the syringe before I go. Which means I get a little bit of thermal paste on my finger.
All right, so once again, I apologize for the actual glare that we're getting off of this. We're kind of pressed for options at the moment. It will get better, I promise, but just not today. So what we're going to do is we're just going to put a small amount right in the middle of that, just the size of a pea. That's good. That's good right there. Now just go ahead and just push the end right down. All right. So now, inside of this particular cooler, you're going to have these pegs right here. These pegs right here go in those holes on the socket, on each side of the socket here that I pointed out before. This is with every cooler that you get, you're going to have something like this. Okay, so pay attention to it because this is how your cooler is going to physically connect to your motherboard. So we're going to go ahead and screw those in there.
Lift it up, show them the P, because it's kind of glaring right there.
Yeah, let's see if it'll show it to them. This is rough, so we're just gonna let me change camera angles real quick. Yeah. So here you go.
There you go.
So there's your idea. It's gonna be about the P shape, and that's gonna work. As far as these standoffs, you're gonna put these in here and these 4 little holes. I'm gonna do that around the edge. Like I said, right now we're dealing with multiple cameras. I'm trying to accommodate the best I can, but working on a budget, it sucks. So we're a lot of things, man, but we don't have a ton of money like Linus.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows, man? Maybe one day we'll hit it big, become YouTube famous, and I don't know, get caught with our pants down on us in a sex tape or something. Who knows? All right, so we're going to screw all this in. Get that online.
There we go. Still had the nut on there.
Yeah, it did. All right, so it looks like we actually have 3 viewers right now. I don't see them pop. Hey, how are you doing today, Grace? Thanks for joining us. Are you a builder? Let's see if there's a bit of a delay. So, all right, so now here's why we put the RAM on before we put the cooler on. Normally we'd say if it was an AIO, I'd say, don't worry about the RAM, put it on after. But the profile on this is whenever you set it down, it sits down so low, you just can't, you can't adequately get the RAM in or out. So with this particular cooler, even though it looks super cool, it's still, oh, love you too, man. All right, so we're going to go ahead, we're going to drop this in place. Now here is why I put the wife in here because there's absolutely no way these sausage fingers are going to get in there to attach that. So she's going to.
And I have to actually look at the camera and see what I'm doing.
All right. So the idea is whenever you start putting these all in like this, you're going to do it just hand tight, and then you're going to go back in with the tool and tighten it all down.
Hey. Thank you. Where is it?
I appreciate that, Grace. I do. We actually just
Upside down.
we just celebrated our 4th year of marriage.
Oh no. That one needs to come out.
You got it too tight.
Did I?
Yes. Yeah, loosen that one.
Okay, I will.
Grace says you're hot.
Thank you, Grace.
Just so you know,
There we go.
the angle was not intentional, okay? Let's just clear that. Let's get that one right out of the way right now. This wasn't supposed to be one of those type of streams. It's just kind of how it worked out.
The cat. There we go.
Right. And then we're going to use this fucking thing. This bane of my existence here. Gonna tighten it all down.
I'll let him do that.
Right, gotta do it right and keep it tight, you know what I'm saying? I think Grace knows what I'm saying. Let's see now.
That tool is ridiculous.
Oh yeah, I know. I don't know what they were thinking. It's like they were sitting around just, you know, hitting some peyote and said, you know what? I think it's a great idea to create this wrench. Like, yeah, you know, the wrench is a great idea. But you know what? Let's really troll people and just put a little piece on it that makes it hard as hell for them to actually tighten anything down.
Shouldn't you do it in the cross?
Yeah, you ideally should do it in a cross format, yes. That is good PC building practice.
That way it's nice and even.
That is true. Aside from that, oh man, we're getting ready into New Year's Eve here. Where'd the year go? Seriously. Hello, Ginger. I'm Ginger. I don't know. Are you a ginger or are you just Ginger? Because, I mean, or is your name Ginger? I really don't know. Sometimes I have a hard time following chat. So we're going to go ahead and tighten this all down. And make sure it's all in there. And that's what she said. It's not quite alcohol 30 yet. Yeah, what am I saying? It's always alcohol 30. The kids are away, the parents will play. You know what I'm saying? So, KXITH03. I don't quite understand how to pronounce your name. I'm just going to call you Ginger from now on. Your new name is Ginger. Hi, Ginger. How are you? Welcome to the stream. Have you ever built a computer before? Don't speak up all at once now. Keep on tightening. Once we get this all tightened down, we'll be able to. I need the Alienware in here. I'm going to grab that in a bit. I gotta cannibalize those drives out of it. All right, so here we go.
Is it still in its same spot?
Probably.
I'll go get it.
Okay, so there we go. This is complete.
Forgive the mess. It's our kitchen.
So aside from this, we've got 2 cables coming out from here. With this specific model, we have 2. We have our 4-pin. We have our 4-pin connector for the power. We got another 4-pin connector, and this is actually for RS-Sync. And RS-Sync is a lighting and color RGB profile for the motherboard. Now, when I bought all the parts for this, I specifically picked out parts that were RS-Sync compatible, so that when it was done, we'd have some really, really, really cool hardware porn to look at when we were done. So, coming in here, on the top here, you'll see a series of 4-pin headers. This is W pump, in case you have a water pump you can plug in there. And then you have your CPU fan and your CPU optional. We're going to go ahead and plug this in right here into our CPU fan. And that's going to give it power. This, on the other hand, we don't really need right now. We'll use it soon enough. Don't worry. We'll get to that point. So,
I'm about to open.
Okay, what's on here?
Messy.
Slide that bastard in here. All right. So, we've got our CPU. We've got all that connected, and that's good to go. Now, normally I would do a pre-plug, plug this in, and test to make sure it works. I've already done this ahead of time, so I'm not going to worry about that right now. We are all good in that sense. So we can actually move on to the next bit.
Here we go.
So we can go ahead and we can move on to the next order of business. Since I've already verified that all these parts work, there's no reason for me to do a test boot. Ideally, in this particular situation, you would set it on something that's non-conductive. You would plug it into the wall, and then you would connect everything, fire it up, and see if you got post. If you don't have post, it'd tell you why it doesn't post, and then you can work out troubleshooting from there. It's always better to do that before you put it in the case, though. If you wait until after you put it in the case, you're just fighting an uphill battle, and then you're spending more time troubleshooting than you are actually building and enjoying your computer. So, with the motherboard part, the basic motherboard part out of the way, I'm going to point out a couple of things that we're going to be using for these next steps. The next step is we're obviously going to be putting in the case. Now the case is the Leanne Lee case, and it's going to be really nice. Got a nice whiteout effect going on.
It's over here for now.
And the power supply. So we definitely need to get the power supply out and get it ready to go. So from there, pop this open. Now I've already tested this one. This is an 850 watt power supply. It's 80 plus gold certified, and it does pump enough amperage across the 12 volt rail in order to power our video card, which is going to be a Strix 1080 overclock edition. So let's go ahead and we're going to pop this back down here. Now what we're doing here at this particular point is we're going to pull out the power supply. We're going to get all the cables that we need ready. We're going to plug them into here before we open our case. Now, usually your first inclination is to just rip into it like it's Christmas and start throwing it all in the box, throw it all in your case, and then when you get to that point, you've always missed a step by then, and things go sideways. So we're going to completely avoid that right now by taking care of this early on. Now, when you're dealing with power supplies, you got a couple of things to consider. Number one, like I said again, is this label right here. This label is going to tell you about it. Let me go ahead and pop over to this camera real quick. If you look right here close enough, if it'll zoom in, because it's a bastard. Let's see. Let's go overhead.
It should say it on the box
that's
too.
garbage. Okay, so sorry guys. I'll just have to tell you right here on this label, it's going to tell you 5 volt, 3.3, 12 volt, negative 12 volt, and 5. Okay, so what we're looking for is this 12 volt rail here. On our video card, it's requiring 450 watts, all right, with at least 42 amps on the 12 volt rail. This one runs 70.9 amps along the 12 volt rail, so this is going to be more than adequate to give power to our machine. And none of our parts are going to be starving, so that's a good thing. We want that. So when dealing with power supplies, you got a couple different models to deal with. You've got fully modular. All fully modular looks like this. You have semi-modular, where half of it's going to look like the ports. The other part's going to be a big piece of cable coming out that's going to have your 24-pin header and your 8-pin motherboard connectors. And then you have non-modular, and it's going to be completely smooth across the top, and everything's going to be in this big bundle of wires. Keep in mind, if you're on a budget, all of them will work. Okay. The only reason I chose this specific one is because this allows for good cable management and keeps your computer looking nice and clean on the inside. So we're going to be pairing that up today.
And it also had the right number of connectors that we needed.
Yes, and it also has the right amount of connectors that we need. When picking out a power supply, pay attention to what your motherboard's power requirements are, because your motherboard, all motherboards are going to have a 24-pin connector for the most part, but some of them are going to have they're going to have one 4+4 pin, or they're going to have two 4+4 pins on the motherboard, and that's the power of the CPU. So you want to be sure that when you're picking one out, that you've studied your motherboard and you know what kind of extra power connectors you need on that, and that your power supply supports it.
A lot of power supplies only come with one 4+4 connector.
Yep.
And ours requires 2. So that's why another reason why we picked out this one.
Now, these cables here basically are going to be what connect into this. Now personally, we don't want these hanging out, because what we're doing is going to be a complete glam piece. So we're actually going to take these cables and we're going to put them in these Cablemod extensions. Now these Cablemod extensions are going to attach right to the end, and it's going to give us a nice unified look on the outside of the case. So we're going to go ahead and pull those out of the way. However, the Cablemod did not have every cable that I needed, because ours is a special circumstance. So I had to go buy an extra 4-pin from Raidmax, or an 8-pin from Raidmax, to make up the offset. But with that out of the way, we're good. So we're going to plug all these in. We're going to get these out of the way for now. And you always want to do this beforehand, because this makes things a lot easier. Now, with our video card, we're gonna need an 8-pin connector, and we're going to need a 6-pin connector. There's a couple ways you can go about this. Given the circumstances, we're only going to need one of these, though. I mean, if you want to plug in 2, you can. We really only need the one. So we're going to use the one here. We're going to plug this in. We'll plug her in just like that. Let's put it at the... Now, normally, if you were a new builder, if you're a brand new builder, I would tell you don't worry about the cable sleeves, because you want to set up the least amount of failure points as possible. I do work for a large tech company, building server arrays and building servers for them. So, the general standard there is build a system with the least amount of failure points as humanly possible. So everything, even though we're plugging all this in, every point that we plug in after that is considered a point of failure. So if we were to add this to it like this, and then we take our cable, our cable extension, and we plug it in right here, this isn't plugged directly in the motherboard anymore. So for the purposes of troubleshooting, this becomes a point of failure. All right, which means if something goes wrong and we start troubleshooting, we have to go back through each individual point of failure to figure out where things went wrong. For a first-time builder, as few points of failure as humanly possible. Keep it simple. All right, that's our 4+4 pin that I was telling you about before, the 4+4, with the second 4+4 daisy chained into it. That's our CPU power. We had to have that for our motherboard to physically work. This right here is going to be your SATA power. We're definitely going to need this, because this SATA power cable is going to be what connects our hard drives. So we're going to plug that into here, into our SATA Molex connectors. Now, this particular power supply is made by Powerspec. Powerspec is a Micro Center house brand, but the internal parts are made by EVGA. So, take that for what you will. A little bit of liquid happiness. Ah, man. Work up a thirst on a live stream, guys. So we're going to plug this in here, and that in there. Now, what we're initially going to end up doing is we're going to plugging in 2 mechanical hard drives and 1 SSD. So we're going to have to be sure that we have enough power for this. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to hold on to these just in case for later. The rest of these can go back in the box. We don't need them right now. I will need that.
The box is this way.
Okay. So there's cable. Okay, so
back in the back.
I need all these. Those I don't need. Okay. So we're going to set these off to the side for now. Now the reason, like I said, once again, the reason why we're setting these off to the side is, and I'm not connecting them directly right now, is I haven't started putting things in the case. So I don't exactly know where I don't exactly know if this cable is going to be long enough to get everywhere that I need. Because aside from that, we're adding RGB to it as well. We're going to be adding RSync to it as well and adding a bunch of pretty colors and all kinds of neat stuff. So I want to be sure that we actually have enough, but I don't want to hook it up right now. We'll hook it up if we need it. If not, it'll go back into the box. And once again, I say this once again, always, always, always save all your original packaging, because if something goes wrong, you want to be able to put it back in the original packaging to RMA it. A lot of places will not take it if it's not in the original packaging. So, that's out of the way. We can move this out of the way for now. And now the main event. We're going to start putting our case together. So, we grab our handy dandy knife. Let's go to our overview cam. There's our overview cam. Seeing how things are going on here. And
Did you tape it back up?
actually, we gotta pull those hard drives out first. So we're gonna pop those hard drives out of here. And this is just complete chaos.
I'm gonna put this.
Just
I'm
like
gonna put it over here.
it's fine. We don't
On
need
the
that.
table.
So what we're doing here is we're actually cannibalizing an Area 51 case because Alienware sucks. And yes, I don't care if they get mad. I spent $1,250 for this damn thing, and it didn't work more than 6 months. And their damn warranty service is shit. And here I am with an IT degree. I've got an IT degree and all this good stuff. I've been training A+. And then they're trying to tell me that they can't service my machine because it doesn't have the original parts in it. Yeah, right. Yeah. Alienware shit. The only reason I bought it is because it had a 6850K processor in it, which was a $600 processor. And it had a 1080 video card in it, which was a $600 video card. So I felt that just for the price, even if it didn't work, it was worth it.
And Alienware used to be really great.
Yeah, they used to be, but pre-Dell.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna pop these hard drives out real quick, guys. Give us just a minute, and then we will start assembling. So. All right, get rid of that shit. And then after this is all said and done, make sure to download enough RAMs to the new system. Dude, you are just... Yeah, I'm pretty sure the PC can handle RuneScape. Actually, this computer we're building is going to be built to the same specs as this one, which can actually run Star Citizen. So I think we'll be good. Oh, the internet's rife with trolls today. Troll. All right. So there's, get our drives out of the way. Yeah, RuneScape is that's nothing, man. That is.
Are you done with this? Or are we taking more out? Right?
Huh?
Are we done with this?
We're
or
done
are we
with it.
taking
We're
more
done
out?
with it. Get it out of here.
Okay.
Oh, don't worry, man. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing with you, buddy. Don't worry. If you like RuneScape, dude, that's cool. You know that is cool.
This.
No, I'm not a bow hunter, actually. I just instantly enough, my mother-in-law decided it'd be funny to get me this thing. Actually, I'm just a tech guy. I like to build tech, and I work on computers and all that good shit. And she decided as some kind of practical joke to shove
There goes that again.
to send me a real tree shirt, which is kind of funny in and of itself. Now, move that out of there, please.
There is not enough space in this tiny little area.
Well,
Here we go.
this is the Leanne Lee 011 dynamic case. It's actually designed.
So pretty.
It was designed in conjunction with debauer. And this is going to be what we assemble this in. Once again, I'm sorry.
Eventually, we're going to put liquid cooling in there.
So here we go. We've got.
But we just can't afford it right at this point.
We've got support for 9 fans across it. It's an EATX case. We've got spots down here for our SSD drives. It can house up to 6 drives total, and it has riser cable attachment. So if we wanted to do our video card vertical, we could. Now this is where things are going to get a little bit. This is where things are going to get a little bit interesting because I don't know how the hell we're going to build it on this desk.
I didn't think about that.
You didn't think about that. My producer, everybody, give her a hand. Okay, so I need something that we can actually build this thing in, which is always fun. You know what? We'll figure it out. YOLO, right? As is said, we're just going to do this here. To hell with it. So the wife decides, oh, hey, you need to start. You need to start doing builds. You need to start doing builds and posting them online. She gives me all this headache on building, and then the day comes to do it. Have you decided of a name? No. You wanted me to do it. You come up with the name. I could but with it being glass and everything, building on the floor seems a little bit of a concern. I'm gonna move the keyboard back in a minute after I get the chassis disassembled, and we're gonna go that route. Go ahead.
Beautiful thing about this is they just slide right out.
All the glass just pops right out. It's fully modular, which is nice. Just give me a minute. We'll have this all sorted for you guys. Okay. This is a first attempt for me. Thank you for being patient. I'm hoping to do more builds like this in the future. Let's see if I can give you a better angle here, because this angle sucks.
I'm putting these right behind.
Okay, so the Lian Li case, yep. All right.
Okay.
So what we're going to do here for this is actually going to be an air-cooled case. I couldn't afford an AIO right now, so I just kind of went with an air cooler. But what we're going to do to get by that is we're going to add 4 case fans into this. And keep in mind that whenever you're dealing with airflow, the airflow is going to be coming in from right here. It's going to be hitting this wall and then coming across the components. Anytime you have a 90-degree bend, you lose air pressure. So whenever you're looking at fans, you want to look at the back, and on the back it's going to say airflow CFM, and you want to find something with an adequate amount of.
AIOs are not more about style.
Well, all in VTI, actually, it really depends on the what you're doing with it.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if you're with okay.
This PC is meant to be our living room PC, which is going to handle our Vive and a lot of gaming.
I'll be doing live streams from it and other things like that. And you're right. You are absolutely right. I will go with that. Air cooling is going to be more than adequate in a lot of situations. But if you look at it on an actual curve, an air cooler tends to have a lower idle temperature, but when you start putting a heavier load on it, it tends to get higher in the load. Whereas an AIO might have a higher idle temperature, but as you start throwing more at it, it's going to be a lot cooler. So, it's all dependent on what you're doing with it. And I totally agree with you. AIOs do have a certain level of style. And you're right, a decent air cooler will perform on par with an AIO in certain situations. It just depends on what you're doing with it. If you're throwing a heavy load at it, though, and you're pouring a constant heavy load at it, having an AIO will give you a little more. It'll give you a little bit better cooling in high performance situations. Now, because of this case, yes, the case is nice, but it does have this steel mesh here, and I don't really care for the mesh for filtration because here's the thing: when air's traveling through this, when air's actually traveling through this, the more material that you have there, the less airflow you ultimately get. And since we already have this 90-degree bend here, that's going to restrict some of our airflow. I need to remove this filter, and I need to swap it out with this. Now, these filters I picked up at Altex, which is a local place here. I'm in the DFW area. And the reason why I picked these is, yes, you can buy the really cool magnetic ones that have the mesh in them, and normally I would go with those, but they didn't have any available. But these, on the other hand, these have a different type of medium in the middle of them. It's not just a metal grate. They actually have a nice thin medium inside of it that's kind of see-through that will give me the ability to dismantle it and clean it out. But whenever I have it all put in, it's going to give me adequate airflow. So,
but still block the cat hair.
Yeah, but still block the cat hair. So the idea here is we're trying to make up for the air loss that we're going to incur with this 90-degree bend, and we're going to do it by changing our filtration medium. Fun stuff, man. Building computers. I love it. Love it. Okay. So the first thing we're going to do here, let's go ahead and start with the case fans. We're going to get these all put in. Get this out of the way.
Tell them what big case fans we got.
Case fans that we got here are the Raidmax NV R120 TPs. They are RGB because at the end of the day, whenever this thing starts firing up, we definitely want RGB. When you put these in, it's important to consider how you want your air to flow. All right. A lot of times there'll be an arrow along the outside edge of this that'll show you the direction of airflow. But a best practice is, generally speaking, if you look at the front versus the back, this is going to be the front. There's nothing obstructing the fans as you move it around. This is the back, okay? Air always pulls in from this side. It always ejects from this side. So as long as you know that, you're good. So in the case of this, we want these facing this direction right here. It's going to be pulling air in from behind the case. It's going to be bringing it in and pushing it behind. So that's how we want to orient this particular setup. So we need to pull the back panel off so that we can get to that. Let's go ahead and change our camera angle again here. The big white case in the way of everything. We're just going to pop that off and get that out of the way. Whoops. And lay that down flat.
I will put this right here.
There we go. So now this is the back of that area that we were just covering. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna figure out exactly how we want to orient our fans while my wife is taking the fans out. We're going to figure out exactly where we want to put everything. It's always a good idea to have an idea before you go into this because it does make things generally a little bit easier in the long run. You don't want to get to a point where, and I've had this happen before where I get to building and I'm like, okay, and I start throwing stuff in and then I look over and I grab a part and I'm like, what the hell? Where does this go? So there you go. It's always best to have some kind of roadmap so you have some idea what the hell you're doing before you actually get to doing it. So I need to disassemble these filters. Now keep in mind this is one of many here. We're going to be doing multiple streams on this throughout the life cycle of this machine because this is just an initial build. Eventually we are going to move on and we're going to add water cooling to it. We're going to add a lot of other cool side projects to this machine. This was just I had a little bit of extra money to throw into it and I really was tired of not being able to play my VR headset in the living room. So and actually I forgot that all in VTI. The main reason why I want to go with an AIO with this is because it's an Intel 6850K. Okay, so those damn things run hot. I've got an AIO in this over here. Now I'm not talking about anything like crazy, like a 360. I don't want anything that crazy. I'm not that kind of ludicrous.
I'm that kind of ludicrous.
But just an H80, 140 millimeter radiator, just to keep the heat out of the machine, it isn't bad. And I mean on the machine that I'm streaming on right now, I have that AIO on here and my package temp's not going over 39 and I'm dual streaming to both Twitch and Mixer. So that there's something to be said about that. And it looks like the way they design these cables, we're going to go ahead and one of those fans. All right. When I'm done here, man, I'm going to need some alcohol. I really am. So I might as well tell a joke. I might as well tell a story while I'm here. So
Once upon a time.
No. So this guy, goes to a train station, right? And he stares across the street at this movie theater, and every day he sees a guy going in there, and every day he goes in at a different time. One day the old guy walks up and he asks him, he says, "Why do you keep going in there a little bit earlier every single day?" And the guy looks back at him and says, "You know, I was watching this movie and had this really beautiful woman, and every time," he said, "we go to this situation where a big gust of wind would come up, and when it does, it would blow up her skirt. And the second it did, a train would go by, and it would completely ruin it." I said, "Well, if that's why you did it, why do you keep going back?" He said, "I kept going back because I wanted to make sure the train would be late." You see that screwdriver?
Here you go. It has the smaller one in it. Do you need the larger Phillips?
Let's see. I think this should be fine.
Okay. I'm stealing one of the baggies.
So here we go.
For these screws.
Yeah, no dad jokes, right? I'm an old man. What can I say? Ah, shit. Put that in backwards. And that's gonna happen no matter how experienced you are. Occasionally, you're gonna put some shit in backwards. We want this to be outward. We will get through this, ladies and gents. So, let's go ahead, pop on our screwdriver again. Get out of here. And now I'm good. No, I'm good. I got this. I got this. It's just being a little finicky right now. I'll be able to get it. Just give me a moment to make it see things my way. Because why not? Get in here. I'm just going to leave that loose for just a minute so I can get the other one screwed in. Alright, need another screw.
Here you go.
I've got some over here. Thank you, though. Such a great helper. Give a big round of applause for my lovely assistant today. All right.
Do you want me to see if I can move this better camera to a different position instead of this?
It'll be okay. I mean, I don't know where. I mean, if worst case scenario, I could do this and they could see exactly what I'm doing. Does that help you guys see what I'm doing? We will make this work one way or another. These screws, I don't know who designed these things. They should be shot. Fan screws have always been a big pain.
Screw.
I've got two right over here. Can you give me the bigger bit, please? I can't get a bite on that.
Here.
Thank you.
And that's why you always have both sets.
And thanks to all you guys for coming out tonight. You know, I mean, this has been something I've been wanting to try out for a while. I didn't know exactly how well it would play out, but I was kind of hoping that I'd have some kind of turnout, and it's nice to have you guys show up, and the participation that I've been getting in chat's been nice too. And there we go. That fan's assembled. Can you hand me the case for it? All right, so this is our filtration for it. We're just going to snap that in right across the top if I can get this wire out of my damn way. Get it over there. There we go. Come on. Get in there. And that's just going to clip in, and that's going to hold our filter in place, just like that. And then when we get ready to clean it off, we can just pop that off, pull our filter out, wash it, and it's all good to go. We won't have to worry about that metal filter getting in the way. Like I said,
what's it made of?
What's that?
What's it made of?
I'm not sure. It's like it's almost like a mesh foam. We use them at the data center all the time. We used to use filtration like that when we do use filters. We don't buy some expensive lavish filter. We just keep it simple. So I need to fish the wires from here from up behind it, because this actually feeds in from the side, it looks like. So we want to come up. Now this here, these fans are RS-Sync compatible too. So once again, you've got two different types. You've got your power, you got this one to feed through your power, and you got this one to feed through your RGB. So we definitely want to feed this. We're going to feed this power and the RGB directly behind this fan. That way it's not hanging out in our way. And then when we start hooking everything else up in here, we're going to be able to connect it all up, run it through the back, run it behind the motherboard, and then it's going to look much nicer. I know I did not learn how to build a PC from The Verge, so anybody who knows that joke. Everybody's all quiet right now. Shame. I bet if I was a topless woman playing Fortnite, you'd all be interacting. All right, can you pass me another screw, please? Thank you. And that's the beauty of having a wife, guys. Anytime you want a screw, she's there to hand it to you. Are you kidding me, dude? My wife would actually be the one to give me the ideas.
I don't know what he's talking about.
She seems all quiet and reserved, dude, but she's a panther. Let me tell you. There are cougars and there's panthers. She's totally a panther. See now.
Here you go.
Don't worry, as time progresses, if the stream takes off, if these streams take off, we will be investing in better cameras. We just don't see the point in spending a whole lot of money up front for cameras if it wasn't going to take off.
Where's the fourth one?
The fourth what?
Fan.
I don't know. What'd you do with it?
Did we buy 4?
We did buy 4.
Oh.
It's right here.
Okay.
Okay, I need the filter.
Filter.
All right, so we're just going to snap that in there. I need to move that down just a little bit. A little bit of trial and error involved in this. No worries. I'm going to slide it down just a little bit.
That should be good.
Well, I'm worried more about cage rattle than anything else. We want to put it up in such a way that we're not going to get cage rattle. Because even though these fans have rubberized sides on one end,
Hang on. Someone put a sticker on this one.
they all had stickers on them.
I know. Not all the sticker was off.
There we go. Okay, we're gonna slap that in there. And since these are going to be facing the back of the case, we don't have to worry about like how pretty this is because there's going to be a panel right over the top of it. But it'll still give adequate filtration without us having to worry about that metal medium of nonsense for all that to come out of. All right, go ahead and hand me this last fan here. Got screws?
Yes.
Give me a screw, woman.
I think we'll have to be off stream for that.
I was talking about a screw, like this. Where's your mind going, you pervert? God, what about the children, man?
They're not here.
That explains a lot. Have you been drinking again?
Not yet.
And now we're running into a minor design flaw.
What's up?
Oh, it looks like
fit?
yeah, it looks like I'm gonna run into an issue with how these filters are gonna fit on here in relation to the fan size.
Can we scoot that one down any?
Der Bauer might know about water cooling, but he doesn't know about fan design to save his ass. Let's see here. So, well, the issue that I'm running across is once I connect these are like I can move this up, but then they might not connect all the way. But I can only move it. But that's like I can butt it right up against it. That's not a problem. You know what? We'll just do this, and then I can loosen.
Okay.
I'll loosen this up just a little bit. Try to give us a little bit of movement. I mean, we can have a little bit. We just don't want a whole lot. Get in there. There we go. And this is part of PC building, people. Trial and error. And if at first you don't succeed,
blame the manufacturer.
Blame the manufacturer. Because remember, it's not a fault, it's a feature, people.
There it goes.
I mean, come on, that works for Todd Howard, right? It's not a fault, it's a feature. Yeah, I knew that one. I knew that.
So mad at him.
That cringes my wife so bad. Todd Howard and Bethesda. I mean, he's a living example of what happens when a guy gets too big too fast and goes on. Or in Apple's, yeah, I like that. In Apple's case, it's courage. Yep. Which in the latest news, Apple has decided it's going to move its manufacturing out of China and into India.
Because that's always good.
No, it's because, you know, our good old American politics said, oh, well, we're going to be putting tariffs on China to bring workforce back to America. Instead, they just moved it out of China and moved it to India. It's almost like trying to get rid of ants.
You had it.
Yeah, it's right here. And then it's right there. Will that fit this time? No, it's still going to be tight.
Direct line to the scammers.
Doesn't look like our filtration option is going to be able to work.
Hang on, put the third fan up there.
It's not going to work. It's not about the fan fitting. It's about the filter fitting. The filter's not going to fit over it because this right here.
How much clearance we have?
We have none. I'm telling you.
Shit.
So we'll have to go a different route for the filters. Okay, so it looks like we're dealing with the stock filters until I can afford to get something better. Don't worry, the next ones will be magnetic. And I'll take these back to Altex and throw them at the guy behind the counter and tell him you're out of your damn mind. Moving on. We still need those bolts, though. We still need the screws. Screws go to the fin.
Can I have the fourth one for this one? Thank you.
So...
Dang, I used that little baggie too.
That sucks. Oh well.
Let me find a different little baggie.
And this is the trial error of PC building, especially if everything ideally is supposed to fit.
And then does not.
It doesn't always sometimes.
I'm going to put the screws in. We can put them back in there.
You know, all in VTI. You know, it kind of makes me wonder, you know, if they're all moving over there to India anyway, we could just forward our phone numbers to them, right? So every time these people call us to try to take a survey, it just forwards it to some random number in India.
I have this, please.
And then they can sit there and they can argue. They can argue amongst themselves. That could be entertaining to watch. Yeah.
I don't know. I like messing with the scammers. It's fun.
I don't know.
I get bored sometimes. Screws.
My first day at my job. My very first day. This was right after I got my degree, and I go to work, and I'm sitting in the boss's office, and I have my home number set up to route to my cell phone because the kids are at home sometimes, and I have to. And I don't trust the way they answer phones because for some reason they forgot phone etiquette.
They answer them, yeah.
Yeah. So I get this call in and I don't recognize the number because when it forwards it, it gives me the caller ID too. And I just answer the phone with, yeah, it's done. Where do you want me to hide the body? And immediately hung up. My boss is looking at me just completely mortified. I was like, oh no, don't worry. It was just a scam caller. There you go. This is
more.
Very unfortunate. I was really hoping that filtration system would work, but I mean, it goes to show you guys if you're new to building, just because it says it'll fit doesn't always mean that it will. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and set this in here, but this gives me a chance to work out some cable management issues that I was noticing early on. So.
No, I will get rid of these so that we have a little bit.
You're using next time is not a robocall. That works really well. That does work really well. The other one that works really, really, really well is you answer it. You answer it with a gravelly voice like this. You say, "Yeah, big boy. What can I do for you today?" That one gets them too. What in the world is a ZJ? If you need to ask, you can't afford it, buddy. All right, where's my screwdriver?
In my hand.
All right, screw. You got all the screws?
Yes.
All right, hand me a screw. Dude, it's like we're playing frickin' Twister up in here. Oh, I better not say that this day and age. I might get frickin' sued by Mattel for saying Twister. Because heaven forbid you say something that, I mean, let's thank Alfonso Ribeiro from that. Oh my God, Twitch, frickin' Fortnite's using my dance.
It's not his dance. It's not even his dance.
They're stealing his likeness. No, I'm sorry. They don't have very many. They don't have very many midgets on Fortnite doing a silly dance in a sweater vest.
Again, as he's screwing these in, notice the cross pattern. You don't want to just go around because then it gets uneven.
for those who are the uninitiated. That, and it helps you even it out and figure out where you want everything to be. Give me another screw, please. Thank you. You know, next time I should try doing this drunk. That could be fun.
Not with this computer.
Yeah, with this computer. Just for the cringe factor.
No.
Oh, come on, dear. I've been doing this
Not with your computer.
This is my computer. They're all my computers. What are you trying to say?
Do it with that computer.
Why would I do it with that computer?
Not this one.
That's the computer that everybody uses. You really want to cripple everybody? All right. Unfortunately, given the circumstances of where we're all positioning everything, I'm not going to be able to give you guys a full post. I will be able to fire it up and let you see it, but I don't know. Maybe we'll work it out. I'll figure it out. One way or another, man, we'll get some kind of, you guys will get some kind of visual on this after it's ready. I just got to figure out how the hell we're going to do it. We may have to go into bonus or overtime on the stream just to make sure you guys get to see the final working product. Or I can post it up on YouTube or something. We'll figure it out, damn it. I mean, you guys are persevering and sitting through me doing this. The least I can do is make sure you get your hardware porn on. Can you go grab me a Phillips screwdriver out of the garage, please?
A different one?
Yeah, because my hands are starting to hurt a little bit.
Here, I'll do it.
I've tendon. Oh no, I mean this is just the handle. I just need a bigger handle.
Okay.
Yeah, I have tendonitis in both of my wrists. I'm not a bow hunter, but I am an avid guitar player. And years and years and years. I mean, I'm pushing 40 now. And years and years and years of playing the guitar and doing all that has taken its toll on my hands. So I can't quite turn screwdrivers the way I used to. Sorry about that. Give me a second. I got to go pop this alarm. Oh man, that's always fun. Oh, my wife got in a hurry and set off the home alarm.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I was out there in the garage wondering what the hell was beeping.
It's okay. My wife broke into my garage. No big deal. No big deal. No problem.
Not bad.
How can you not know? You wanted the alarm. How could you not know what the hell the beep was? What the hell have you been smoking and why haven't you passed it?
I grabbed both sizes in case we needed them.
She wanted the alarm, people. She wanted the alarm. We got an alarm for the house. And then she goes outside and doesn't know what's beeping. We've had that damn alarm for over a year.
To be fair, I wanted the alarm because I was running around the house naked and some dude walked in. Just walked in.
I told her not to do that on YouTube. She just wouldn't listen. Just sprinkle some crack on him, officer, and move along.
Hang on, they might call because the alarm went off. I need a phone nearby.
I don't know. If they actually did what they were supposed to do, they shouldn't be calling us at all.
That's true.
All right. Where is... There we go. Next fan.
I think I got it within the time limit, though.
Are you sure?
No, that's why I have the phone nearby.
We'll figure it all out. Oh, man. I don't know about you guys. I'm having a good damn time. You guys having a good time? Building a computer with my wife. Letting her get the cops called to my house. If there's some alcohol involved, it'd be a party. Here. So we're going to fish these cables through. The idea is we want to try to fish these cables through on this side so that we can do our cable management on this side of the case versus the opposite. Now I know installing cables isn't the most installing fans isn't the most glamorous thing in the world, but it is probably one of the single most important things you can do. I have you on one half of the screen and Kitaboga on the other half. He's watching us and somebody else at the same time. That's cool. I feel the love. It's all good. I'm glad you got it. I'm glad you took the time to sit here and hang out with us today. Unfortunately, my wife is out of frame at the moment, but that's just because I wanted to give you guys a nice view of the action, so to speak. Because what good is there? Because, I mean, as you've seen so far, my camera angles kind of suck because my cameras suck. But we can thank AliExpress for that. One day they'll sell Sony products.
We're here for the PC.
You're here for the PC?
It is beautiful.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be really nice when it's all together. We actually we picked the Lian Li Dynamic. We picked the Lian Li Dynamic because this is gonna be our living room piece. Like I said, we cannibalized in Area 51. We originally bought the Area 51, and it was just rife with problems. In all fairness, I did buy refurbished. I didn't pay full price for an Alienware. Don't ever do that, by the way. It's a horrible idea. Never pay full price for an Alienware. You'll end up spending $3,500.
Especially now that Dell owns them.
You'll spend $3,500 for a computer that's only worth $1,200. But anyway, so when I bought the computer, it had a 6850K, and it had a NVIDIA 1080 video card in it.
What part actually went wrong though?
Honestly, man, you know, I have a 4-year degree. I have a 4-year degree, and I work for a large tech company that does server builds, and I still haven't figured it out. The only thing I can logically think of that went wrong with it is I swapped out the reference card that was in it for a Strix video card. So it came with a 1080 in it, but it was reference. I swapped that out for a Strix video card, and when I did, they didn't design the Area 51 chassis to handle blower style video cards. So after I replaced almost all the parts and got everything I needed and said, to hell with it, I'm building that one. After I got all the parts to build that one, I just went and built that and said, to hell with it. The only thing I can think of that went wrong was it was in shitty design on Alienware's part, and that they designed it to be used with a reference video card. And by me swapping it out with a Strix, it was blowing too much hot air around it, and it was causing the motherboard to thermal down and shut down. So that's the only thing I can think of. I've replaced every part in it except for the power supply, which you can't do on Dells without using their OEM crap because they changed the wiring on them. And so now I'm cannibalizing the parts because I know that the CPU works, and I know that the GPU works. I know they do because you see them in that computer over there. That's all the old Alienware parts that I took out of the Area 51 and moved over there. So, and it's worked fine now for over a year. No blue screens, no crashes, no nothing. Nothing wrong with the parts whatsoever, which means that it's just in the way they designed that case because I put all new parts in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was beautiful. It looked like it was going to have great airflow, and it doesn't.
Yeah, it's not designed for the video card that I put into it, and it caused it to overheat and shut down all the time. And unfortunately, I was using that at the time to finish up my college coursework, so I couldn't afford to not have a computer. And Alienware's customer service is garbage.
Because now it's Dell.
Yeah. So originally when I bought it, I was like, so I can replace these parts all I want, right? And you're still going to cover the warranty. So yeah, sure, no problem. You can swap out the video card, you can swap out the RAM, you can do all that, and we're still going to honor the warranty. I wouldn't have bought it otherwise. And then after having three or four different techs come out to my door to replace parts, they say, oh yeah, well, we've got to take it in to get it tested. And in order to do that, we need to have the original configuration. I'm like, well, what the hell do you mean original configuration? They say, oh, well, we need to make sure that you have the original video card in it. Well, I've already given that video card away. So that kind of screwed all that. It happens. We grow, we move on, right? Unfortunately, I'm pressed for space here, so thank you for being patient. All right. And I am trying to engage with you guys as much as I can whilst assembling all this. I'm trying to think about this. Okay, so the filter is actually going to go on the back pane like that. That's going to be good. Okay,
Here
so
you go.
we got all of our.
Filter.
I don't need the filter. Don't need the filter just yet. What I do need, we're going to go ahead and pop it, put these hard drives in, put in the hard drives over here though.
Okay.
So this is our hard drive cabbie. We're going to go ahead and slide this out. And it's cut. Give me those side cutters.
Okay.
All right. So we got those fans in. I'm going to go ahead and
Accessory
transplant our
bits.
camera back up here so you guys can see more about what we're doing. It's our accessory case. So let's go ahead and
Set the stuff right there.
get our hard drives installed.
And toss the box over there.
Actually, we're
In
going
the
to
corner.
install our hard drives last. Let's go ahead and get our motherboard in. Here you go. Wait, is there a screw in that?
No,
I
I just
sure
heard it
dropped.
though.
There
I
it is
see
right
it.
there. Careful. All right. You know, it's funny. You take all the glass off. This thing's actually super light. All right. So we got our standoffs in already. It looks like. Boom, 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 boom. All right, all that's good. I need the motherboard box, please. My lovely assistant.
The box?
Yes, I need the motherboard. You have it over there with you. And I need the I/O shield out of the box.
Motherboard, the box is right there. The I/O shield is right there.
I/O shield. Just slap that I/O shield in. Get in there.
Here you go.
All right. Now in that Leanne Lee box that you just opened, we should have all of the screws for mounting this.
It's right here.
Okay. So we're going to go ahead and trying to think of how I'm going to do this here.
Looks like it's the smaller one.
All right.
Yes.
Alrighty.
So you're not gonna want that one.
I'm gonna need here.
Here.
Those aren't right.
No?
Those are hard drive screws.
Weird.
If I go putting those in here, the motherboard's gonna rattle around.
Ah, there's the smaller ones. Saw some bigger ones in there.
So, if you could
Okay.
see this right,
So,
this actually has a 45-degree angle right here where the fans sit. So it's 45-degree angles where all my cable grommets are that I can actually feed my cables through. And that's gonna look really good because I got
Yeah.
those white cables. So I feed it in right here and wrap it around. It's gonna give it a really nice tight look. And then my 4-pin and my 2-pin headers up here are gonna be able to feed in through this set of grommets here. And it's gonna unify it and make it look really, really slick.
sorry, I have to sort them.
No, you don't.
They're not sorted.
No, they're not. Should only be 9 of these. So we're going to get this all screwed in while she fiddles with screws. God, it's always about screwing with you, isn't it? Jeez. You, madam, have a one-track mind.
These three can go right there. There. Now they're sorted.
Yeah.
It's not weird.
It's a little weird. A little weird. Just a little. Right. Getting this motherboard open now. Unfortunately, I don't have an M.2 drive yet, so I'm not going to worry about that. I do have a SATA that we're going to stick in there, so that should be okay. This is an older architecture still, so X99, even though it's a few generations old, it should be fine even without an M.2. I need a screw.
Little screw.
All right. Motherboard installation is done. Let's see. Get a quick bearing of where everything is. All right. So, power supply now. We'll lift that up. And that's really not heavy, believe it or not. That's like remarkably light when there's nothing in it.
Now, the thing about this power case is he put enough room for 2 power supplies.
Yeah, even though, I can't, ideally you can't think of any reason why you would need 2 power supplies, but this right here is your actual 3.5 cabinet. And if you wanted to take that out, this whole piece comes out and it actually turns into a secondary power supply housing.
Mm-hmm. So
we're gonna go ahead and those screws that you were looking at earlier, messing around with? Yeah. Those are used to mount this, probably. But let's see here. I gotta figure out how it goes in. It's gonna go in like that. That is interesting. Let's hold off on that for just a second. Because that is interesting.
What's that?
Oh, it's just the way that these cabinets go. Because normally your drive would fit
Perfectly.
Yeah, and this is not quite. It's kind of sits a little off. So
it mounts. It's a bottom mount.
Yeah, so yeah, look into that and see. Don't force it though. All right, so there's our fans. Boom, boom, boom. Working on getting the spot for the hard drives. I'm gonna mount the SSD to the bottom in the front here because I just think that would look nicer. Can you hand me the SSD?
There you go.
Got ourselves a Silicon Power here, which is a little dirt cheap brand, but at least it'll work. Eventually, I'm gonna swap it out. I'll swap it out for an RGB one just to unify the look of the motherboard. What? Why don't you RTFM, dear? And do we have any smaller screws for this?
They're right over there.
When in doubt.
The manual's still in the box.
It should be. I didn't touch it.
No. Means it fell out when we pulled it out.
When in doubt, RTFM. It is the mantra for life. I hope you guys can see me okay. I mean, I've got the overhead cam on right now. It's not the best in the world, I know, but I work really hard. We worked really hard at trying to get all this stuff together for you guys in a few short hours. because I just got the final parts to throw this thing together today.
I do not see it. So let's just look at it. Okay. This can slide out.
Right. SSD. Get in there. Oh, that's unfortunate. That really is unfortunate. I need to reorient the fans real quick. Pass me that screwdriver.
Here you go. Can you hand me that one?
Yeah, you can have that one. I don't like how, well, I mean, I could tape over it, but I want all the wires to go in the same direction. That's kind of a personal peeve of mine. So,
oh, I see. Do you want to turn both of these, or are you just going to turn that one? Because the Raidmax logo is sideways.
Well, the Raidmax logo is going to get covered anyway by the ROG stickers, so it's all good.
That's true.
I'll swap those out for the ROG stickers, and we're going to be fine. So, out of curiosity,
smaller point one.
To those out there watching, what kind of content would you guys like to see as far as computer building or anything like that? Just putting some feelers out there. Want to get some ideas on. Damn. Just drop a screw. PC builds and upgrades when possible. Otherwise, game stream. Okay. Yeah, we're eventually going to, like I said, this is just to get it up and running. But I will be pouring quite a bit of love into this machine over the next probably 6 months. We plan on doing our first water loop, so we will probably be adding a water loop to it just for the hell of it. That could be fun to stream. As far as games, I really don't play Overwatch too much. I mean, I have it on Xbox, and I could stream it directly if there was somebody. If I thought there was people that actually wanted to see it from me. I mean, I'm willing to play. I'm willing to play whatever people want to see. I'm still trying to make a name for myself on here, but I definitely want to have content. And I mean, like I said, I've got a degree in IT, so it's like I would really like to use my knowledge to help people and teach people, because there's. Oh, Hop, shut up.
Hey, Hop.
Nobody wants to see me, you goofy lip bastard. Why don't you stick around, Hop? You might actually learn how to build a computer instead of just staring at one. Sorry, guys. Hop's a friend of mine. He usually calls me up whenever he's having computer issues. Like, hey, something happened to my computer. Help me out, Wrath. Right now, we're in the process of building our new living room machine, Hop. In case you wanted to know. Let me see if I can give you a different angle here. That's kind of what it's going to look like on the inside when it's done. All these here are going to be lit up. This is going to light up. All these RAM sticks are going to light up. You can do that. It won't mess with your beer drinking. I don't know, Hop. Anyways, yeah. If you were mentioning your kid was interested in this sort of thing, you can pop him on the stream, man. He can watch. He might learn something too. I'm actually planning on doing more streams like this, doing builds and whatnot, trying to build my brand, so to speak, as we were talking about before. That, and I got tired of the wife yelling at me, you need to be on Twitch because, or you need to start streaming because people like you. And I'm like, nobody likes me.
Everybody likes him.
No, they don't like me. They find out I have a wife with big boobs, and then they like me. That's why Hop's been sticking around me all these years. Let's see here. But yeah, that's kind of what we're working on right now. And the cool thing, Hop, is that this case, it's glass all along this side and all along this side. And then this is going to be vented. This is going to be vented. So when all the lights come on, you'll be able to see like a panoramic view all the way around the front of the machine. You'll be able to see all the lights flashing. It's going to be really sick. But a woman will never admit she's wrong.
I'm not wrong.
Okay.
Are you saying I'm wrong?
You're missing screws.
I know. I don't know how to.
Did you RTFM?
No, I can't find the fucking manual.
God, watch the language, man. There could be fucking kids watching.
I checked the box. Box is empty.
You check the box is empty. Did you check the box that came in? That the hardware came in? She lost the manual.
Duh, I put all the screws on it.
She lost the manual. What the hell?
I sorted all the screws right on top of it.
I trust her with one thing, and she loses the she loses the damn manual. Okay.
Yeah, I can't unsort them. Okay, here we go.
Okay. Yeah, I had a PS4, Hop, and then I got rid of it when I realized it was a dead console. Moving on. Unfortunately, with them announcing the PS5, it's at the end of its life cycle. And unlike other consoles, Sony is one of the few companies that's like the world's worst about actually supporting a machine after they've already announced the new one. Actually, I'm not the one that needs instructions. She does. And all an IT degree. Yeah, I originally got mine for the exclusives too, and then I played through all 10 of them, and I was done.
All it says is to put it in these.
Traded that shit in and got me another 1X. Is there a screw hole there?
No. Well, there's a screw hole there, but there's not a way to get the rubber washer in.
Let me see. Interesting. Oh, these pop out.
They do.
And then.
But you can't get them in there.
Give me a second. I'll work it through. Work it out. Let me get the power supply in first.
What was that?
Christmas list. Well, Pop, what's a Christmas list? I frustrate the wife so much because I just go out and buy it if I want it. I don't even wait till Christmas.
Yep. You do.
Every year she cusses me out over it too.
This year we didn't do Christmas. We did Christmas for the kids.
It was actually kind of peaceful too. I mean, this is kind of our Christmas sort of thing. See what I deal with? You're on video. You can't beat me this time. Well, you probably could. Hop would be all ride or die, and he wouldn't rat you out anyway. But all right, so let's go ahead and start attaching our cable extensions while she works out the hard drive kerfuffle. that in there. And then I should have another 4+4.
I mean, I can screw screws in there, but it wouldn't matter because they're going to be loose.
Nobody screws like you, dear.
And you don't want to
Just try mounting them from the side. So we got. All right.
You're too far away for that. That ain't gonna work.
You're too far away for that. Let's see. I'll look at it in a second. Give me a minute. I'm still working out my connections.
I wonder if I can squeeze this in.
All right.
Oh, I might be able to. Yes.
So these are gonna fish.
I'm the best. Okay, I figured it out.
You're the best around. Nothing's ever gonna bring you down.
I'm good. You just gotta force it.
All right.
And it will never come out again.
So we're gonna go ahead and slide that in there. Give her a bend. And I'm actually using white cable extensions to kind of tie it together a bit. And I'll add the cable combs in a minute, but one step at a time. We only need a 4-pinner here, so we're going to go ahead and slide that through. Unfortunately, there's certain things that some of these tech streamers can do. They have access to, like, motion capture software and all that stuff, so they can glitz it up and glam it up, but then you don't get to see the nitty gritty dirty part of PC building. And it's like my buddy Hop says, if you ain't doing it dirty, you ain't doing it right. So we're gonna have white cables coming out. That's gonna look so sharp. I'll be able to sift through those in a minute, but I just want to be sure we get them connected. And then let's go ahead and, where's my 24 pin? There's my 24 pin.
Much better. Just had to force it.
So you're without the kids. Okay, so you spent it hanging out, spent more on each other, and I don't know why Mama Julie punishes herself so much trying to figure you out a gift, Hop. All she has to do is buy you liquor. I mean, that's like the surefire way to Hop's heart right there. Get him some good old-fashioned artisanal liquor. It did originally, Hop, but it's actually coming back down. It's actually starting to come back down.
Speaking of cryptocurrency.
Yeah, the cryptocurrency market made a pretty big boom in the GPU cost for graphics prices, but graphics card prices are actually starting to come back down. So's RAM. I actually bought 16 gigabytes of RAM for this system, and I spent about 139 in there. It's pretty high-end RGB, so yeah, it's starting to come back. It's starting to restabilize again. They're estimating it's going to be down a little more towards mid-year. So now's the time to get parts if you want to. Or rather, give it about 3 or 4 months and then it'll be time to get parts. Oh, look at that. What do you think?
Not too shabby.
Grab my cable combs.
So what is a cable comb?
A cable comb is just a piece of plastic that's designed to house the cable and keep it straight, like combing a hair. See? You just pop it. You can pop it on just like this, and the cables pop right into it, and then you can use it to keep them even. Let me go ahead and. Why would you almost buy a pre-built hop? I told you don't ever buy a pre-built. Come down here and I'll build you one.
Why did you buy? Why? Why would you do that?
He must really be desperate for a computer, man, if he's willing to go buy a pre-built.
There we go.
Thank you for the host hop. Right now we're throwing in some cable combs. We're going to make this all look pretty. See how it like sorts it out? Keeps them even. And then you do it again here. Pop in your cable combs and it'll allow it to...
Do we have them for all of them?
Yeah, just about.
Oh, cool.
It came with the kit. So Hop, is Mama Julie home today, or did she actually succeed in running away from you? There you go. See, and then you can
turn it to the camera.
Can't see it
For
from
the
here.
next one.
So basically, I got these cable combs, in case you can see it, and it's just it attaches to the end of my normal cables that my motherboard plug into, and then I ran these cable combs through them so it keeps them nice and even. So whenever I plug it in, it'll plug in like that, and then it'll be a nice, neat looking run, and keep it from looking like cable spaghetti. That's what she wanted me to show you. Oh, is she watching? Can't run when you're chained up. In all fairness, oh Hop, I actually believe that. I actually believe you chained poor Mama Julie up. Like I said, you know, they asked how you met, and I always told them it was Stockholm syndrome. He grew on her like a fungus. There you go. Look at that. What do you think?
That's what you always say about me.
Mm-hmm. It's true. What do you think?
I like it. Looks very nice.
And
it's gonna be so pretty when it's done.
And then I have some for the 8-pin, and I have some for 6-pin. I don't have one for the 4-pin. But I do have, well, you can use an 8. You can use an 8 for that probably. But
we need
like I got one
another
right here for
SSD drive.
And we're just gonna go ahead and clean that up too while we're here.
Here, turn the computer.
Hold up. I'm kind of busy right now.
Sorry.
Their cable combs sitting all nice and neat to straighten up our runs. All about keeping the line straight whenever you're doing custom builds like this. Now, I mean, for the most part, I bought a lot of this stuff over the shelf, Hop. But you know, we could do a Fear the Beard build. What do you think? We'll liquid cool it with bourbon.
What are you looking for?
Let's see. Huh? I'm looking for a 4-pin, but I don't think I have one. It'll be okay. This will. Hand me an 8-pin and I'll make it work. Is there any pin there? We'll just have to do it like this.
Well, that one's so close to the edge, you can just put one in and move it about halfway down.
There it is. Yeah. What do you think? Would that be okay? I think.
Let's comb it down and then put it back.
So remember, I still need some for the GPU too.
Right, like that. How about that?
I don't know. It's kind of uneven right here. That's okay. You want.
I like that. A beard comb that looks like a pocket knife.
Yep, it has his Fear the Beard logo. Because that's his catch line over there. on Hop Heavy's channels. Fear the beard. Believe me, if you actually sat down and talked to Hop one-on-one, you'd have more to fear than just the beard. Let's see here. Let me grab a.
Move this right there.
So.
Oh, that's good.
Does it need to be focused? Is it in focus?
It's as focused as that camera gets.
No, you probably focus a little more. Just.
Little crappy camera.
How's that?
Fuzzier. That? I don't know. That's pretty easy. He's asking the person wearing glasses.
Yeah, well, if you're wearing glasses, it means that your sight should be better than mine. Damn it! All right.
Okay.
That'll have to work in a pinch. Sit, dude. Hop, I've told you, stop sending me dick pics, dude. Hand me the card. So. Fun stuff. So this is the big monstrosity we're sticking in this for a video card.
Let's change views, move this. Okay.
So let's go ahead and take a.
There we go. Whoa.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with that.
Apparently it's not very.
So my video card that I'm using for this build is the Asus NVIDIA Strix 1080 video card. Just so you guys can see how big it is by scale. It's big by name, it's big by reputation. Okay. Hop says tell my wife to stop asking for them. He only has my number. Right. Alrighty. You know, streaming on a budget sucks, Hop. I don't know if you realize that or not. Because I'm sitting here trying to think of all these really cool camera angles. I've got 3 cameras connected right now, right? So I've got my master camera right here for immediate talking. I've got this one, which is a downward view towards the back. And then I got this third one that's an overview going on here. And yet, my production quality still sucks because we're poor. But at least we're trying to make up for that by being somewhat entertaining. The screws. Where are the screws? There it is. All right.
Get it?
Yeah, I got it. Where's the other screw?
I don't know. I didn't see where you put them.
Right. Well, yeah, I'm not. I actually use XSplits, so I can do overlays without that. But it's not so much the overlay that I'm worried about. It's the quality of the camera angles. Like this one up here is just a really garbage little freebie that Colleen got. One of these is a regular webcam. This one here, that's my Logitech 1080 webcam. And then this one right here is a little inexpensive one we got off of Amazon. And that one, incidentally enough, has the best picture quality of the 3. But even that being said, it's still pretty bad. So, you know, we work with what we've got. This is what I got. Ergo, this is what I'm working with. So, oh man, it's starting to get a little heft to it now.
There we go.
thing's starting to get a little bit of heft to it now, man. You start adding all these high-end parts. Let me move this camera down for you guys. All right.
Oh, hard drives.
Yes. Slide these in. You got them all worked out, huh?
Yep.
Fantastic. We're gonna go ahead and.
You just had to force it.
Try to slide those in. I got my SSD in line. Whoa, wait a minute. Slide my hard drives in. Where's the back panel for it? That would be it right there. So we're going to seal this up, and that's good to go.
It's my motto in life. When in doubt, force it.
Mine's when in doubt, RTFM. Let's see now. Okay, so I think I'm pretty done. I'm just about done on the front side for now. I've got my fan headers there. Okay, I need we need our CPU connectors. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to start cable combing these so that we can run these, run this back over here, and then that's going to give us all of our cable runs. Our cable runs will be done, which is cool. That's actually kind of cool.
And then we'll just shove everything back here, and it'll look very nice and pretty from the front.
So far, it's coming along quite nicely, though, I think. What do you think, Hop? Oh, you got our heat press? Awesome. Dude, hey, we got to make logos, man. Because, I mean, I'm thinking about doing this, taking this whole computer thing and running with it and doing, like, regular tech streams and whatnot.
Like I told him to do.
Don't even. My idea, though, is I want to build a stream to teach people how to build computers, because I honestly feel there are certain gaps that your usual tech streamers miss in how to build things. Not that I disagree with them. I wholeheartedly agree with a lot of things they say, but they do miss a couple of key points. And that
are important in the long run.
Yeah.
That you just don't think about whenever you get used to it.
Yeah. And I think people could benefit from that kind of knowledge. So I would like to ultimately build myself a stream and maybe a YouTube channel to where people can go back and reference back this and be able to build, and they actually not only will they be able to build, but they can trust the person that's teaching them to build it. Like, honestly, I don't know about you, Hop, but I have a hard time trusting anybody who's I have a hard time trusting anybody giving me advice when their paycheck is directly contingent on how much I spend. I have a big problem with that. And so, and I listened to that because I went to a local computer shop a few days ago, and I'm listening to these shop guys telling them, "Oh yeah, you need to spend all this money and buy this part, and this part's going to be everything that you need." And I'm sitting here thinking, he doesn't need to spend all that damn money on that particular part. You know, that's not going to make that's not going to enhance his situation one way or another. And so that got me thinking that these guys are trying to turn a buck. You know, these people are trying to turn a buck, but they're trying to turn a buck on the ignorance of people, and I don't agree with that on a fundamental level. I hated that when I was in sales, and I hate watching people do that. So every time I see that, I always make it an active point to passively interrupt them and help the customer out. Yeah,
By passively, he means walk in the middle of it and
take over the whole interaction.
Ignore the salesperson and talk to the customer
until the salesperson walks away.
Yeah.
What can I say? I have a problem with people giving computer advice when their paycheck is
up or down?
Down.
Down. Okay.
And when their paycheck is is directly contingent on how much money a customer spends. Well, don't pull so tight. Pull this one out though. These two right here, that comes all the way through.
Got it.
Same thing. This one you're just gonna pull through. I still have to like work it around and whatnot. But
my issue is the best does get expensive, but you don't have to have the best. You just have to have the best for your need.
yeah. And I'm kind of a big advocate for that.
It all depends on what you need. What do you need this PC to do?
I need that cable comb off of this too.
It straightened it out.
I need it for this one. This is actually where it goes. So we're gonna find. I only got 3% left in your viewing time. What do you mean by that? I don't understand, huh? You'll have to. Did I bore people so much they left? Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm. Oh, your phone is dying. His phone is dying.
Oh, gotcha.
Well, plug it in.
No. This one is But yeah, this is the VR machine. This is the one that I'm building for the living room. That to answer that question, yes. This is.
Cord cable's right here.
I need you to move these out of my way.
Okay.
You're handing me the wrong crap. I need these fish through and pull neater. This needs to come up like this because I don't.
Oh, that looks nice.
Could be better. It's a little messy in my opinion. I think I want to bring it around the other side. Yeah, I think I want to.
Okay.
Go ahead. Because that kind of looks like a mess. We're going to bring this through the other side because I don't like how that's sitting. Doesn't set well with me. I'm going to bring it up and I'm bringing it right through here.
Okay.
That way I can straighten these out. So basically what's going on is when I try to fish this up underneath, I didn't like the angle with which it was moving. It just didn't set well with me. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to rerun these cable combs through here and I'm going to run it the other way and try to straighten it all out and make it look neat and uniform. The reason why we chose white for this build is because since the computer is white in itself and the motherboard and all the internal components are black, once I fire it up with the RGB, it's gonna make all the colors reflect really well, and it's gonna give it a very, very, very pretty look. Let's see here. Try to feed it through as evenly as possible, please. Because we want this to go evenly. And that's going to go, fish that down there. There we go. That goes down there. Oh man. Come on. There we go. And then we're going to bring this. The cable combs are being difficult. Come on. Because you can't pull these, like, you can't just grab them and jerk them. You have to be very, very careful fishing them through, or they're going to go uneven. And if they go uneven, it messes the whole thing up with what we're trying to do here. So, go ahead and grab cable comb, and we're going to fish that just like that. We'll bring that up, and we're going to fish it just like that. Leave that little room there just like that. And then just like that. And then this is going to be the same. Now these two, I don't care what you do with them.
Bring it through first.
Just hold up, yeah. And then this is a 6-pin cable comb, so we're going to cable comb that. You got a viewer? Nice. Well, I appreciate all the help, Hop, and thanks for the host. I definitely appreciate that. We'll go get things going in the right direction eventually. And I'll touch base with you before too long, man. I've been on a special project in Carrollton lately with my work, and it's just kind of eating up all my time. Go ahead here. You're pushing it through the 24-pin connector, so be careful about that here.
There we go. Nice and gentle.
This is actually a very arduous process, but it's necessary.
I got a hold of it.
That.
Can you hold a slack?
Give me a second. You actually have it twisted, and it's twisting all the way down the line. So, and it's tangled up in my 24-pin stuff. Here we go. There we go. And now we're just going to push that in place. Or fish that back over here like that. Get that one go in there, and that one go in there. And there we are. Clean little white cable run. What do you think?
Nice. Very nice. Like it. I do like it better up and over than under.
Thought you might. All right. So we have any questions so far from the chat? Anybody have any questions about what I'm doing here or why I'm doing it or anything like that? We've just got our cable runs ran. We've got our cable extensions put on. We just started running our cable runs. We kind of unified the look. We've added some white cable management here from this side.
We still have that fourth fan.
Yes, we still have a fourth fan to install. Them on install at the top. It's fine. What?
Picture went fine. Oh. It just scooted over.
Ah, that was embarrassing. Okay. There we go. And we're back. And I seem to have lost Twitch chat. There's Twitch chat. Okay. Everything's back up.
That's what you get when you run a computer across a mouse and keyboard.
Computer plus mouse plus keyboard, huh? Okay. So now we need to fish this cable through. This is our, let me see if I can get us to tighten up the image just a little bit, or maybe I can do
switch
this.
to that one?
Okay. So that's our overview camera. Let's do master camera. Okay, so the idea here is I've got these four pin connections. These are for RS Sync, which is the lighting profile. It's going to cover all of this environment. So I've actually gone through and I took the trouble of actually piecing out this entire system to take advantage of RS Sync as a native environment. So when it's all done, all this is going to light up together and be nice and pretty. But in the meantime, this cable, we're just going to fish her up right back behind here. And get it up out of our way. And I'm going to switch our camera angle up just a little bit now to kind of give you more of the inboard look. So go around to the back of the machine. So now we got to work on cable management, because as you can see, it's kind of a rat's nest back here. Now we've been pushing hard on it, but it could always be a little bit better. Let me see if I can get some better angle here. So we got our 3 fans here going with all of our cables kind of mismatched in either which way. We still got 1 fan we need to assemble on this part of the chassis. We've got both of our SATA drives installed here. We've got our power supply down here, and we have our solid state drive put in on the front. So there's still a few more cables that I need to run, and then I need to start plugging in power headers and things like that. Once all that's done, we're going to come through and we're going to start cleaning up all this mess.
You're wiggling them.
Yeah, I know. It's because when you pull them through, when you pull them through, you kind of did this. It's all good. We're good. One thing we can do while we're here is, since all these fans are coming through this direction, we can actually grab all of the 4 pins that are actually part of our sync, because they're actually extensions. So we can go like that.
And just daisy chain.
And these daisy chain together, which beautiful system for that.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll just go ahead and daisy chain all those together and get them all taken care of. I may need a fan controller, it looks like, if this is happening the way I think it's happening. Okay, so when we're daisy chain these 3 together, that's going to connect them. And from here he says BRG and an arrow. As long as you connect the arrow through it, then it's just fine. These cables, we've got our PCI Express plugged in. Yeah? No? Okay, we don't have them plugged in yet.
We don't.
We will now. So now that we ran our cable extension through on our PCI Express, we can plug our PCI Express directly in. I need a drink. Can you pass me my drink, please?
Right here.
Oh, man.
Okay.
We got 1 viewer. 3 viewers total. Hey, I like it. 3 viewers is better than no viewers, and I enjoy. I'm. Thanks for coming in and hanging out with us today. We appreciate it. We've been kind of wanting to do this for a bit now. So, or rather, my wife's been wanting me to do this for a bit, and I'm gun shy on a camera. So,
the screw fell out of this one.
Yeah, no, it's down there underneath the. And I'm kind of a big guy, so getting down there after it is not my strong suit.
Where is it?
Should be right there.
I'm going.
Okay, and then we'll grab this cable extension, and we are plug it in right here. And that takes care of that. So those are connected. You tuck this up out of the way.
Don't cross thread it.
No, here, I got it. Just give me a screwdriver.
Okay.
A better angle. And actually, there is no cross threading on these, because the way these screws are designed, they're self-tapping screws, and this is just solid plastic. There's no threading in it. See, so the threading happens whenever you screw it in, so you don't have to worry about that. And I wish we had a better camera for this frickin' angle. You know what? Let's see if this works, just for grins, because this is a much better camera. I hate that camera so much. Let's see here. Is that it? Yeah, there we go. There we go. Now you guys can see what actually is going on in here. Now it actually looks like a computer. Unfortunately, I do apologize ahead of time for the extra noise that you got when I moved that camera. That's unfortunate. That's the camera that's actually pulling the microphone through it. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, I've actually been building since I was.
You gotta read them because we're doing on too.
Yeah, what's that?
You gotta
Oh
read
yeah,
them
this is from X System SLLC on Twitch. He says he's happy to see a streamer knowing how to build a PC. Yeah, thank you. I mean, that's very humbling for me. I went out and got my IT degree back in August, and I've actually been building since I was young. My first computer was a 75 megahertz Pentium, and I'm 37 now. But now we're just trying to get this all cleaned up. And I figured,
nice little highway.
I watched the tech streamers. I watch, the tech tubers go through, and they don't cover certain things that are really critical. Like, they'll tell you, oh, get a 750 watt power supply. But what they don't tell you is make sure that you have enough amperage across the 12-volt rail, or else you're going to end up starving out your system because you're not giving the video card enough power to function. So it's like they just immediately assume that you know these things, and don't get me wrong, they're great guys, and I have all the respect in the world for them and everything they've accomplished. But that is an important thing that needs to be known, is that you need to know, oh, your first was a 46DX40. That's nice. The first one I built was a Pentium, but my very first, I remember my very first computer I ever got, it was a Tandy 2000. All right, and it was back in like 1986. I'm 37 now. It was in 1986. It was a Tandy 2000. It used 5 1/4 floppies. It sounded like it was gonna fall apart every single time you booted the thing up. Oh man, memories. And nowadays we complain when we can't stream a video. Yeah, the 486DX was a great computer. I remember playing Doom on Windows 3.1 on a 486.
Wait, where's that one ending up?
That's the 3.1 header. It's the
ending up right there.
Yep.
Okay.
Go ahead and plug her in. That's our USB 3.1 header. So.
Give it a twist.
And my wife is
pinching it.
actually helping me. Unfortunately, the
Here we
camera
go.
angle's a little off right now. It makes
hang
it.
on. We're
Here, let me
twisting. Let me unplug this.
let me get you an
We
angle
gotta
here
do
on
a-
us things. So, my wife's actually behind the computer. Let me see if I
As
can.
cable management goes, we
Mhm.
gotta get this out.
What's the problem?
This should go on top, but underneath this.
It's fine.
Okay.
Why are you? It's completely fine.
Okay. There
See,
we go.
look,
That looks good.
just kind of get
Well,
it
it
to-
would just, it's gonna. If we do that, it'll mask this black cord there.
Okay. All right. So basically, what we're going through right now is we're working on
That's
cable
perfect.
management. We're trying to get all this stuff in order. I've already added the cable extensions to the front.
Because this is our showcase piece for our living room.
Yeah. Back when you had to know what an IRQ was. Yeah, the systems. Yeah, I remember that system because back in the day, and what he's referring to for those in Twitch who doesn't know, is an IRQ was an interrupt request, and what it was every single device in your machine used an IRQ, and it still does. You just don't see it. Windows kind of handles it for you. Well, what the IRQ was it was a specific channel. In simple terms, it was a specific channel with which a device could be attuned to. So like IRQ 15, well, only your sound card could have IRQ 15 or something to that effect. So if you had to know what your IRQ was, because every time you installed a game, you'd have to sit here and specify which IRQ the sound card was on or the game wouldn't get sound. Yeah, I totally remember that. You should drive me nuts. And generally speaking, I mean, here, these are this the IO. So
I see it.
don't fish them through yet, but
I got 'em.
I'm just trying to get the IO fed through.
Okay.
Oh, here,
I
let
got my
go
fingers
of it
on it.
real quick. Let go of it real quick. I gotta fish it back through.
Okay.
This is kind of a cable management is actually kind of a hard thing. I mean, the case is great. Don't get me wrong. The cable management's really cool. It's just getting it to that point because I'm not used to this kind of case. This case is very different. This is the Leanne Lee Dynamic. And so, and while it's a nice
It's the one
piece,
that they partnered with DeBauer for. Okay. I see.
be careful pulling it through though, because that's very.
I got 'em.
Actually, you know what?
What?
I could just.
Mhm.
Nah,
No.
maybe not.
Down.
Yeah, we're gonna go down and under.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm just trying to feed it through under here so that we can get out of the.
Hang on, we gotta go up a little.
What's that?
Getting up over the
I'm just trying to get.
SSD. There we go.
All right, there we go. So I'm just
Okay.
trying to get this fed through.
And
Sure,
I
something
have a
like
hold of
keeps-
them right now so that
Okay.
you can
So-
wiggle without worrying about pulling them out.
Now I've already pre-tested all the hardware before I threw it in here because I wanted to make sure it was working for the stream. So I've already done a pre-test on everything before the stream started. So I did kind of skip that step early on, but it's not necessary. It's not necessary because I have done it. So rest assured, I did do everything right. I just didn't do it on camera. So
System LLC is asking, what IT degree did you get?
it is a generalized. It is IT general, mainly because I didn't quite know what I wanted to do in IT. I just knew that I wanted an IT degree. So I felt that if I went out and I couldn't figure out if I wanted to do networking or programming or anything like that. So what I did was I just got IT general. That way I figured, I wouldn't have to worry about digging into certifications or anything like that. All I would need to do is get my degree, go get a job with someplace, and then if they want me to learn something specific, they can teach me how they want me to. They can teach me what they want me to know. And a lot of the people that I've spoke to said that's the best way to go about it. If you're gonna get an IT degree, don't focus on one specific field because by the time you get out of college, that field could be completely saturated. So the best, so they said, just get it. Go get an IT general field. Go get an IT general degree. That way you know a little bit. You have core fundamentals in a little bit of everything, and then you can learn the more nuanced stuff whenever you get out and get a job in that field.
Where are you going?
I'm going back down by the IO.
Down the aisle. Okay.
If it'll let me.
It
Will not.
is.
It's cool. No problem. No problem. We'll
Just bring it through the.
No, it's fine. It's fine. We will use this to power the RGB. No sense in pulling on it because I've got. No, I'm saying there's no sense in pulling it through because it's plugged into the hard drive. So we're going to let that just chill there for a second, and then I'll grab this other SATA, and we will run that to the hard drive.
Okay.
In fact, it'd probably be better if you just unscrewed that hard drive completely from it.
Yeah, probably. For the time being, anyway.
Yep. That way, because I mean, I've got three. I've got three
you're
SATAs.
Clicking on stuff.
Am I clicking on stuff?
You are.
Oh, sorry, guys.
Click on the start menu.
There you go. So, is everything looking okay to you guys from the stream angle? I mean, I know the picture quality isn't the best, but
sorry about that.
Right. And I'm planning on doing more PC builds too. So I'm planning on kind of making this a more permanent gig thing. But right now I've got bills to pay. So.
And eventually we're gonna put a custom loop in here.
Yeah, this is just the beginning of this project. We're gonna plan it. We're gonna try to do a hard water loop in it, and a few other things.
I don't have enough clearance, so I'm just gonna use this piece of it.
But yeah, if you're enjoying the content, please feel free to follow and spread the word because we definitely need more PC streamers on YouTube or on Twitch and on Mixer. And I'm actually dual streaming both Twitch and Mixer right now. So we started down networking side CCNA and didn't like it doing it after, but I got a job where I was the main guy, and I will tell you this, that was the best thing for me so I could find what I liked. I fell in love with hardware. I've been doing it for the last 15 years. Yeah, see, right now I'm actually,
That's
I work
wonderful.
That is really good. Yeah,
yeah.
I work for one of those acronym companies that I can't actually specify because they don't actually endorse this channel. They just fund me individually in the form of a paycheck. But yeah, actually my field that I'm in right now is I'm a data center technician. So yeah, I work mostly with hardware. But I figured they could train. What's the problem?
Nothing.
All right, I need the SATA cables out of the motherboard box. Because we can't really do much anything about that. So X system, does everything sound okay? And is the picture quality somewhat okay based off of the fact that we're on a budget? Because I mean, we're always trying to improve, and this is kind of our maiden voyage, so to speak. So I'll be streaming game footage and stuff too, and gameplay and whatnot. But really,
what? He says it's good.
Awesome. I tried to give multiple angles too. Okay, so see these headers, we need to plug these in.
Are we going top, middle, or bottom? Bottom.
Should just. And I've got, this is straight through, so this one will plug into your solid state.
And down we go.
Let me see if I can give you guys a, let me move my camera here. And I know, I'm sorry ahead of time. This is the one the microphone's running through because I just don't have a better microphone right now. I apologize so much. Here you go. There's the. I'm trying to give you guys an angle of what we're doing here. There we are. So basically, what we're kind of doing right now is we've got this SSD right now. We're trying to run this SATA underneath and through it. I don't have a much better angle for you at the moment, so what I can do is this. Go ahead and run your SATA. Run your SATA.
You didn't pass me the line.
Here it is. Go ahead and plug it in your side and fish it through.
Okay.
So what she's going to do is, she's going to plug it in here, and then she's going to run it through this hole underneath. I'm going to grab it, and then I'm going to pull it through, and then I'm going to fish it back in and bring it up through the front. The idea is you want the front.
I need some slack.
You
Here.
well, it's all you, so you got it. So the idea is that you want as little to be up front as possible, and you want the rat's nest to be behind, out of view. I'm still going to use cable ties and try to tie it down and clean it up in the back as much as I can for cable management, but there's only so much you can do with such a weird case.
Get my fingers in there. There it is, I feel it. Okay. Now we can flip this back over. Slide it in like so, and then I'll screw it back in. Took our screwdriver apart because our screwdriver doesn't quite give us enough clearance.
Actually, X system, I have one SSD. I've got one SSD in the system, and then I have two 3.5 mechanical hard drives that are in a RAID 0 configuration.
It is difficult trying to use the camera to do this. It's all backwards. Where am I?
Why are you screwing it in from the side? You shouldn't have to screw it in at all. Oh my God, did you unscrew it from the sled?
Yeah.
Why did you unscrew it from the sled?
I don't know.
Excuse me.
I know. I should have just unscrewed the whole sled, but I didn't.
Oh, man. You're going to have to unscrew the sled to put those back on.
I know.
If you don't, you're going to scratch the case.
Just sit it down for a sec.
Unscrew the sled, or you're going to need to scratch the case. Pull the sled out. Now screw it in. That's why the sleds come out, so you don't scratch the case.
That's why I took the screwdriver.
Give our overview again. Well, no, taking it off, you're going to be pushing it flat against this, and you're going to be rubbing against it. It's going to scratch the case. All right, so thanks for coming out and visiting tonight. But yeah, system, I don't know if you heard me or not.
You'll have 3 SSDs on this system.
Yeah.
Now we have
I have
solid state.
I have a 480 that I'm using as a boot drive, and then I have two 4 terabyte 5400 RPM drives that I'm running in a RAID 0 configuration to give me 8 terabytes of hard drive space. I know normally I could go faster, but the options between these were the ones that were in the previous computer, and I was trying to swap out parts there to make it work. And it was I could either buy a 7. What's that?
Screw fit slide.
Here, I could either spin my. Well, it's not in all the way. It actually locks in. There's little grooves there.
Mm-hmm.
So
So
the options were either I buy the 7200 RPM drives which were $50, $60 more, or I could do a RAID 0 configuration with two 5400 RPMs or 5600 RPM drives. I could do a RAID 0 with 250, 600 RPM drives, use those as storage drives, and have similar performance with twice the space. So, I mean, I like to recommend that a lot when it comes to that. You know, use a solid state for a boot drive, and then use mechanical for storage. That's my own personal preference because I like the thought of being able to have a mechanical drive to have stuff stored on. A lot of people will say go with solid state. I personally avoid using them for storage because they have a higher failure rate than they have a higher chance of failure than a mechanical drive, and so I really do worry about those as a daily driver. And my wife and I, we're more of the PC owners where when we build it, we're going to continuously use it. Yeah, I know. RAID 0 has no redundancy. I'm aware of that. This isn't really about backup so much. Eventually, this case supports 6, so what I could do, eventually in the end, is run a RAID 10 out of it and add 2 more drives and then run it as a RAID 10. And that's probably going to be what I'm going to end up doing, just for the redundancy. But right now, RAID 0 was just because I had the extra drives and I needed I wanted the performance hike from RAID 0 over just running a couple of 600 RPM drives, if that makes sense.
Okay. What are we fishing now?
Yeah, at the data center I work at, we do RAID 1, we do RAID 0, RAID 1, RAID 5, RAID 6, and RAID 10. Okay, so I need to get some cable ties. Do you have those?
I have the.
What is this? It's a block.
Mm-hmm.
Why in the world did they give me a rubber block with? Did that come out of the power supply box?
It came out of, where did it come from? It came out of the case.
The case manufacturer gives me a rubber square block. Look at this. It's like, I'm not quite sure what it does.
Let's find out why.
It might be something to throw at the kids. Who knows?
Or it's just something to make sure that the box doesn't collapse.
Another option for us system is going with a NOS, connecting a NOS setup. Okay, those are from that. I need give me the white panel that goes over. Let's see, get the hard drives. Got the SATA plugged in there and there. I need the other SATA. We should have one more SATA around here somewhere. There we are. Need to be able to plug all this nonsense in. Right now we've got cable spaghetti going on. I'm fully aware, and I apologize for that.
But the front looks nice.
Yeah, unfortunately, you guys are seeing the party in the back right now. We haven't gotten to the business in the front. We're working on it, though. This is one of those 90-degree. Okay, now I don't know why system integrators are doing this. It's really starting to irritate me. Whoever thought it was a good idea to put a 90-degree bend in a SATA cable needs to be drug out back and beaten. Okay? There's absolutely no reason to have a 90-degree bend in a frickin' SATA cable.
Reach it.
Let's see here. So ultimately, the major goal that I'm looking for here, system, is one of my biggest complaints that I'm having with the PC building scene in general is that, you know, you got your 5 or 6 tech tubers that are all about overclocking and this, that, and the other. And while that's a fun topic, don't get me wrong, it really doesn't teach people how to build. You know, it sparks their curiosity to where they want to build, but there's nothing there to actually teach them how to build. And I find that tragic because, you know, you hear people talk about building their own PC, and it's really about, oh well, I want to do hard loop cooling and this, that, and the other, and it's like, how can they do a hard loop or even a soft loop if they don't understand the basic principles of how to plug a socket, you know, plug a CPU into a socket. And so I kind of want to tailor what I'm doing with the channel more around more around the people that don't really know. You know what I mean? It's those people that say I want to get into building, and so they look at all the tech tubers and they get all interested, but the stuff is out of their depth. Like at the beginning of the stream, I was explaining why the amperage on the 12-volt rail is important to you know your video card and your processor, and why the amperage on your 12-volt rail is just as important as the wattage of the power supply. You know, I was explaining a variety of those type of topics because I just want, when people come in, I want them to come out of it with something. You run storage spaces on your 2016 server. So far, it's been great. Has 4 SSDs and 4 7.2K HDDs, and it's tiring. Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay. The data from the SSD to the slow disk. Okay. All right, I'm with you. Cool. Yeah, it does take a while. Let's see here. Come on. This is definitely a process here. Truly 90 degree SATA cables are the bane of my existence. You know, I also covered this old system builder adage from a data center standpoint. The least amount of points of failure that you can have, the easier it is to troubleshoot. You know, I'm adding sleeve cable extensions to it. They're not necessary. You know, to a budget builder that's first starting out, you want to have as few points of failure as possible. So that means you want to have, you really want to try to stick to single shot runs for your first few builds until you actually start getting your feet underneath you to a point where you feel confident enough with your machine that you can troubleshoot it. Because if you go in early and you don't take the time to actually understand how your system works and really have a passion for what you do with it, when things start failing, you're not going to know what to do with it. And that's a place that no one needs to be in. So yeah, like the data center, from a large scale enterprise server standpoint, keep as few points of failure as possible, and that guarantees that your system is going to stay running the way it's supposed to. Not only that, it's quicker to come up because systems in the same kind of industry, so he can relate to that. It's whenever items start messing up in a data center, you have minutes. You have minutes, not hours, to assess it, figure it out, and fix it. Everything, like the clock immediately starts when things start breaking. So you have a set time to get these things worked out, and reducing the amount of failure points in the line helps speed that process up exponentially. Okay, so where are we at now? Let's see. Okay, hard drive's connected. That's connected.
Are the back hard drives connected?
Yeah, those are they're all good. So we got the hard drives connected. We got the power supply connected. Just a quick recap. I've got 3 of the fans in right now. Still need to add the 4th one. CPU and processors in on the front. We've got the RAM in, motherboard, video, GPU. Now we're gonna do some fun stuff. Okay, so after I throw in this 4th fan, we're gonna start cleaning up the cables just a little bit. And then we're gonna start throwing in RGB lighting, okay? Just for the lulz, okay? We got to have the RGB lighting. You know, you're getting a DeBauer case from Leanne Lee. Let me go ahead and I'm gonna swing this around here and let you guys see the front, see what we've done so far, because it's actually coming along pretty nicely. And there we go. That's our.
Here, I'll slowly bring this camera up.
That's kind of what we're dealing with right now. I know you guys saw the cable spaghetti from the back, but this is actually coming along quite nicely. It's looking really sharp. So there you go. And now you kind of see what we're dealing with. I kind of wanted you to see the front of it, so you could understand why the mess was in the back so much.
Yeah.
It is definitely business in the front, party in the back, like the mullets. So now you know how it goes, system. You put in so much effort on the front, the back's gonna look like hell. It really is until you get it all cleaned up.
Wow.
And this case is actually nice. If you've never seen this case, this is the Lian Li 011 Dynamic. Let me pull up my. So basically, the way this works is this top here is going to be covered, and this is actually ventilation right here. It's a filter for that. Has a filter in the bottom and then the filter in the back where you saw the fans. And then this side and this side are all going to be tempered glass. So with all the RGB going on in it, it's going to have a nice panoramic view. It's going to look beautiful on our wall unit in our living room.
Black and white case with just one silver strip right there in the front.
On the front profile, I'll give you the front profile here. On the front profile, this is where the glass would be, and then you have this brushed aluminum here, which is why I went with the Trident Z RGB that has the brushed aluminum on the RAM stick too, to kind of tie the look in together. That's also why I went with the white cable sleeves. I originally was going to do white and black, but they couldn't find any that were compatible with my power supply, so I'll have to get some custom made later. But eventually the idea is I want these to be white, black, and silver going through them, so it's going to be like white, black, then the middles are going to be silver, and then white and black again. So it just kind of ties all three of the colors together and makes it really pop. Can I get that bar that goes right here?
Oh, it is right here. Here you go.
Because we still need to.
Yeah.
And there's a screw missing.
What do you mean? Only one fell.
There's 2 screws. Go right there.
I don't know what happened next. They all fell, I guess. Is this one of them?
Let me see.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's a Dell.
Finding random screws. I didn't pull that piece off, and you said, "Hey, are there screws in it?" And I said, "No," and there was only one on the floor. So,
That's no bueno.
I'm sure it's probably under the keyboard. Let's try that.
Why would it be under the keyboard?
We've been pushing stuff.
That's ridiculous. Okay, so I think I'm going to set these out of the way for now. And the cooler that I'm actually using on that's a Cooler Master. It's a Cooler Master Master Air G100M, and it's actually just an air cooler. It's a regular blower cooler, but it has a really cool profile. I figured if I was gonna go with an air cooler, I might as well make it worth looking at.
Hey.
It's
We gonna end up using these couple of small ones?
Just no, I'm not gonna mix and match. We're not gonna mix and match yet. That's ridiculous. Let's see here.
What we have? No, we have 3 of them.
It's not gonna fit.
Okay.
Just chill. I need cable ties. And cable management. Yeah, it's really cool, the design on it. What's this one? What do you plug into? I think that's my USB 3.1. I don't see that. I'll have that port on the. Oh well, we'll figure it out later. So there we go. Boom, boom, boom. This is. So basically what I'm doing now is I'm just cleaning up the cabling on the back so that I can put all this stuff back together, and then we can start working on the RGB. You kind of, I mean, generally speaking, I like to do this as I go along, but given that this case is something I've never really experienced before, I kind of wanted to take my time with it and figure out the nuances. Can you go ahead and put that other fan in the top there?
Yeah.
Just go ahead and feed it right here.
Okay.
because I also need to.
Output, right?
Oh yeah, and I also need to feed cable.
Mhm.
I need to feed the fan headers, and I need to figure out where those are in a minute. So in the meantime, I'm just going to feed these through here because we need cooling. Cooling is important.
Before I screwed in, I'm going to go ahead and pop these in.
All right. Yeah, thank you, system. We appreciate it. Yeah, we're putting a lot of effort into this. This build is going to be interesting to say the very least. I mean, originally I wanted to do an AIO, but we just couldn't afford it. It wasn't in the budget right now. And then by the time we got all this stuff together, we're like, you know what? We might as well just do a hard loop. And so eventually we will migrate towards the hard loop train of thought, but right now it's not overly necessary, so we're not really doing it just yet. All right, so we've got an extra.
Where is the other?
SATA.
Okay, there's that one. Just too small.
Dun dun dun.
There it is. Under the case. Of course it's under the case. There we go.
All right, so for those of you who just joined, we're actually about, I'd say we're a strong halfway through the build right now. We've already added our mechanical drives. We've already added our solid state. We've already added our processor, our RAM, cable, sleeved extensions, all that good stuff. Right now, my wife is up there above it, putting in the fourth fan. We're actually setting this up to where it's going to vent in from here. It's going to do a push here and a pull up there. So we'll be able to kind of feed it through. The case we're using, it's the Leanne Lee 011 Dynamic. For those of you who've never seen it, it's actually a really nice case. She wanted one with a 3.1 header, and I don't see on the motherboard where that would plug into just yet, but we'll get it all figured out. Which I don't know why the need for the 3.1 Type C, because nothing really uses the 3.1 Type C. Here, why don't you use this one? I'll give you more leverage.
Okay. I need the bigger one.
Oh, where's the bigger one?
Oh, there it is. I see it. I didn't see it, and then I found the other larger. Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
We're still going. I appreciate everybody who's stuck around so far and watched. I mean, we're really putting a lot into this. We've been going steady now for I don't even know how long.
What time is it?
It is 10:50.
Oh, it's been a little while.
Yeah.
Time flies when you're having fun. Oops. I am a lefty, and I'm using my right hand to screw these damn screws in. Such a pain in the ass.
Having a hard time screwing, dear?
What's the wrong end? Much easier when you use your dominant hand.
That's what she said. Really? She's right there. That's what she said. All right.
Okay.
Got the fan in.
I do.
Fed the cables through.
I did. I did that first.
Good deal. So.
Because I didn't want to mess with it.
So now it's just a matter of figuring out where they all plug in through. Getting this plugged in
daisy chain
to the daisy chain, to the RGB. And then this one, we start to plug that into. So plug that into there, boom. And then this one intrigues me.
He says good luck with the build.
Yeah. I think he's calling it a night. That's fantastic. Now how does that? Okay, I got you. We figured you out. So what we're doing here is I'm still running cable management a little bit. We want to try to manage the cables up just a little, clean them up. And then not only that, this is the RGB cabling, so we want to be sure to tuck it in just a bit. What are you doing?
Fixing this up front.
Okay. So this, and I still need to. Well, here, if you need something to do, find the screws for that.
Well, it's probably somewhere on the table, so I'm gonna have to wait.
No, it's not. There aren't any screws over on my side of the table. Those are the two.
I don't have any idea what happened to them.
Those are the two. Those are the two for the top. I need those to screw back in the top of it. I need.
I understand that. But when you took it off, I only saw one on the floor.
Where's the white panel?
Because that's the only one that fell.
In here.
And I put it back in.
So we're still cleaning up the cable management here. There's a lot of extra cables here that we weren't dealing with before. Big old mess. Do me a favor here. Then. You know what? Just pull those out.
Okay.
While I figure out how I'm going to fix this. Oh, I think these are just regular screws, dear.
Hmm?
I think they're just regular screws. You might have mixed them up with the screws when you were sorting them. Let me see that one right there. Let's see if that does it.
We have 4 of those.
Give me the smaller bit. Right, so we're gonna it's cross-threading. That's not the right size. That is unfortunate. Sorry, I'll just retap it. When in doubt, retap the hole. Right. Give me another one of the screws, please. See, I figured they'd look like that.
I'm sure they do.
What?
Never mind.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Got a cable. The headers. The I/O header. These. What are these two? Doesn't come through here.
I thought you didn't want them through there.
No, they need to be through there.
Okay.
They're plugging into here.
Yeah.
I got it. There. There.
Okay.
See, now I'm playing a balancing act because I got all these cables here, and I've got to figure out how to get them all cinched up and out here so that I don't restrict the airflow to the fans, because the fans are the most important thing in the back, on the whole back side. The fans are the most important thing here. Setting this up without obstructing that, and Der Bauer, when he designed this, did not use that as a common sense point. He may be a supreme overclocker, but the common sense behind the build is a little bit lacking. It's not
Most
practical.
cases do that, though. They don't give you enough room for cable management at all. You're like, just throw it in there.
Well, there's nowhere to really even tie anything down. It's just a matter of shoving it back there and hoping for the best. Because like, there's literally going to be no room here. So before I put that in, I need to run the fans.
That came off the bottom.
Run the fan headers. So let's examine where our fan headers are. Chassis fan 1. This. Why is this tucked up all into this? Okay, chassis fan 1, chassis fan 2.
Do you want to pull that out and put it through the bottom?
I need you to look and figure out how many fan headers I have. That's what I need. Look at the manual.
No, not this one. This isn't it.
I got 4 fans I need to.
Where is it? It might be in the box. Yes.
Where is my RGB header? What?
Okay. So we got these guys up here. There should be one right there.
Okay.
Okay, there's one right somewhere there.
That's it?
In the middle. Somewhere.
It's right here.
No, not there.
That's a fan header.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm talking about. That's not the one I'm talking about. Take that. Right there. No.
That's not a fan header.
This is one right there. Oh.
Don't pull anything out. It's right there. So I got 2, 3, and 4. So so here's how I want to do this. What does this run to? Okay, that runs to, which one are you? Okay, that runs to the top. We're gonna fish this through here. Shit, come on.
You need a hand?
No, not at the moment. Get this fan here, and then feed it through this hole, and then come back under here.
Under or over the top?
Just bring it in. It's fine.
There you go.
Not perfect, but it'll work. Okay. Next.
Looks nice and neat.
I still have 2 more fans to plug in. So now this one needs to come out. Oh man. Oh, it's starting to get heavy. Yeah.
Okay, so that needs
Through
to
there.
go. Where was it? It's to the middle.
I'll have to buy a fan controller for this eventually.
Where did my page go?
What are you trying to figure out? It's right here. There's a 4-pin connector. They all look the same. All the 4-pin connectors look identical. That's right.
We are going right here. Clamp you in. Putting it backwards. Now I'm putting it in.
Here, just let me sit down flat.
No, I got it. Okay.
No, they can't see.
Oh.
There.
Okay. There we go.
Got it?
Got it.
Okay, the last one. Last
Push
one is
that
this one
through.
here.
Right here. And
What is this one?
this needs to go through the bottom.
Yes, it does. That's what I was about to do. Okay. All right.
And push back through.
Push it back through. There you go.
Yep.
Pull it, pull it, pull it. There. All right.
Just a smidge. There we go.
All right, so that takes care of the fan headers. All right, I need to run the audio through. Audio header, which is right here. So I need to run this through, straight through this hole.
Which one?
This, don't, just get on that side and grab it. Whenever I fish it through.
Oh, I see it. Here. Okay. Push.
I can't push. This is
Okay.
what you got.
Okay, move your hand. There we go. Got it.
Okay.
Got it.
Feed that through. Now, what you're gonna look for is right here along this board, right down here along this edge. There should be one that says HD header.
I see it right there.
Should say HD audio under it on the board.
Nope. I found where it correct pin. It says AAFP.
Okay.
It's the right pin connection now.
Let me see. Let me look.
Right there.
Okay. Yeah, plug it in there. It's the worst that could happen.
Blows up. Come on. Gentle. There you go.
Okay.
Okay, that's actually really good.
Okay, let's see now. This is getting more. This is wearing me out.
Mhm.
Okay. So.
What do you want to connect next?
I'm getting tired. That's my bedtime. Need some caffeine. Okay. Switch back to our overview camera here. All right. So, fans are connected. Hard drive connected. Power supply connected. Velcro on my arm, connected. We're just about ready. Worked hard, hooked it all up. Now we just need to clean the cables up a little bit.
Add
Now
RGB.
and add the RGB to it, and then it'll be ready to test.
Didn't we get 2 of them?
We got
This one, and didn't one come with the board?
supposed to, but I don't see it in here. Oh well. This is the RGB. I need it too. We need the one that we're missing things here. There was a bag. There's a bag that has a cable in it that connects to the RGB header. It was in that box and all the shit that was getting pulled out of it. Yes, that would be it. That's our initial RGB header to connect to the motherboard for control. There's a port on the front of the motherboard this plugs into. You need to figure out where it goes. What are you doing?
I am. See, I didn't see it in the included list.
That plugs in the motherboard.
4-pin. Small RGB controller. Let me see if I can find it real quick on the state sheet.
Find what?
RGB header.
Hey, it should be
number 23.
Yep.
Right there. Okay. I know exactly where it is.
all right. So
I'm gonna put this in the box for you.
starting to tire out, people. All right. We're almost there. Build's almost done. Guess I have to fight the
I need a
cable.
different angle. I can't.
Well, chill out for just a minute. Just hang out there for just a minute while I get this all sorted. I gotta get this damn Velcro to stop attaching to my arm.
It likes you.
All right, let's see here. Where is...
And pin connectors.
Son of a bitch. It's starting to get frustrating.
Hey.
I need nothing. Just get the header plugged in. I need a toothpick.
You need toothpick. Okay.
Because I'm having a hard time finding the hole on the other side of this. It's not one to go back in easily.
Here you go. What's wrong? Toothpick?
I need one.
Okay.
Just trying to find the hole. So that I can plug, so I can screw this in. Because I'm debating whether or not this is even the right screw at this point.
Do you need the wider handle one?
No, it's not the right screw. But it needs to be a flat one. It can't be a rounded one. So I don't know what's going on here.
What happened to the flat one that was there? Ah, there you go.
That's not my problem. The problem is there's a hole on the other side that it's not one to guide through. See?
Okay. I see.
And no, I don't need your help. You're not going to get through it because I've been sitting here doing it the whole time. It's not long enough. That's the problem. I need the right screw. Why are you not going in? What is your deal? Do I just have it lined wrong maybe?
What specs are you putting in?
This is hi Jay.
JHQ.
This is actually a it is a i7 6850K on an X99 platform. 16 gigs of G.Skill Trident, of Trident Z RGB. It has a 512 gigabyte SSD with two 4 terabyte 5400 RPM drives in a RAID 0 configuration. I think I know what I did wrong here. It actually goes under, not over. So right now I'm just kind of trying to clean up the cable management. We've actually already finished most of it. We're just kind of, this is kind of in the we're in the downward slope now. We're supplying the RGB. The actual case we're putting this in is in a Lian Li dynamic. Lian Li 011 dynamic is what we're putting it in. So, thank you for stopping by tonight. The video card we have in it is a NVIDIA GeForce Strix 1080 on an Asus Strix X99 motherboard. You know, just something simple. Let's see here. All right, we got that in. That's good. That's done. Now I figured out what I did wrong. It goes on the inside, not the outside. There we go. Good. Now I need to find, in the power supply, there should be a header for the RGB for the power supply. You couldn't get that in, huh?
I couldn't. I was at a bad angle and I couldn't see what I was doing.
And here, I'll get it. All right, let me just flip this over here so you can see the inside of what we're working with. Sorry about that. I was working on the back at the moment, so we weren't able to get the front in.
Here we go.
Oh yeah, man. I'm actually. Let me try to get you a better angle on what we're working with in here. You're just kind of working through the cable management angle of things. Let me give you a better angle.
No, I'm just having problems with these teeny tiny little.
So there's what we're dealing with.
I'll let you do it.
Got a cooler master. Got a cooler master cooler in it.
Solid build. Have fun with it.
Yeah, thanks.
Here, I'll let you do that.
Where's the header?
It's right there at the bottom.
Where's this RGB header?
Right there at the bottom.
All right, let's figure out which one's which here. We've got our yellow. That's going to be our power. So we need to find GR red. So we're just gonna. It goes in just like this.
It's being a pain in the ass.
Yeah, this is actually going to be our living room build. The one that we're actually streaming on right now is an identical system. I just had the extra parts laying around, and so we decided to build a new computer with them.
Okay. So, what do I need out of here?
Not that.
No. PCIe. Everything else is on the table.
Come on. This is the one you pulled out of the motherboard, right?
That is the one that I pulled out of. It's the one that I pulled from off the table.
Because that's not plugging into that. I'm thinking that doesn't go there. I'm thinking this might plug into something else. No, there's more. It just got moved around. This is why I try to do things systematically. Oh, that's another RGB header cable.
Here's the motherboard case.
Motherboard box is empty. No cables left in there. They all got pulled out and thrown on the desk somewhere. Right. Feels like those aren't the right size for that, but it should.
Hang on, let me see if it came out of here.
This is actually the Cooler Master. This is a Cooler Master Master Air G100M. You can get it for about 35 bucks, like 25, 35 bucks online. It's a bit of a pain. It's a bit of a pain to install it, but it does look kind of cool. It's actually fully rsync compatible too, which is really neat. So if you want to use it for rsync, you totally can. I'm gonna go ahead and get another angle here. It's Cablemod extensions. I've got some white Cablemod extensions going on here. What are you doing?
I am seeing if this actually goes to this.
I doubt it.
Nope.
I'm thinking it actually plugs in back here. Maybe it's the power supply.
No, it plugs in there.
Yeah, it is. It's going to there. That's, but actually, I think it goes right here. Which means we're missing parts out of this that got jumbled up in the shuffle. Yep, there we are. That's what that's to. Which means we need to find those parts.
Okay. There's not many places they can be. This place is tiny. Oh. Is that it?
That's an extension cable. That's not going to plug into the motherboard. Watch your feet. Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, I've actually been building for a long time. What happened? I've said this a couple times now, but you're new here, so welcome to the stream. Basically, I had an Area 51. I bought an Area 51, and I was finishing up my college at the time. Oh, it's all in. Hey, welcome back. It's coming along, isn't it?
Here.
That's not it. That's just a splitter cable. That has nothing, absolutely nothing to do with the motherboard header. There's no reason to even pull it out yet because I don't even think we need it. Right now I'm just cleaning up my cable management. And really it's almost complete. Yep, it's white on white. It's white on white case, black motherboard, tempered glass, and then it has like an aluminum right here with added metal accents on the RAM. Try to tie it all. Ooh, that's not good. You put this on the floor right by your chair and you ran over them.
Oh shit! They fell. It says to connect it to the motherboard.
This won't connect to the motherboard. It physically will not connect. There is no jumper to connect this to the motherboard. This is an extension. This might connect to the motherboard because these are a little closer together. But I doubt it. So we're going to try it anyway because this is probably the cable that Asus gave us. Yeah, the whole system is built on the rsync environment. So we should have full rsync, and yep, that looks like that's it. So we're good there. We got that going. We're gonna slide this in through the back. I should be able to plug this into that one, and it should all connect.
Okay. So we didn't even need that.
Yeah, I don't even think. I didn't even think I need the extension. That's what I was trying to say earlier. I don't even think we're gonna need it because it looks like everything that I need is right here. So we're trying to fish the. Yeah, well, you know, I see a lot of black and I see a lot of red and I see a lot of blue, but it's so rare that you get to see a really elegant white on white case. you just don't see it, you know? I thought it was something different. The wife fell in love with it immediately because it was different. She likes different things. That's why she married me.
I'm an oddball.
I am the drug that she just can't give up. Let's see now.
The only problem with that is, are we going to daisy chain this off of the
Yes.
fans?
Yes.
Okay.
We should be able to do that. I just need to.
Pro Syndicate 990 is now following.
Hey, Pro Syndicate. Thank you for the follow. Definitely appreciate it. I plan on doing some more of these in the future. I do. I think it'd be fun to be able to go into this and do some interesting things here. Share my love for computers with the world, so to speak. Now, I mean, I do game too, and I play on Xbox, and I also. No, that's not going to be cooperative.
Very nice.
There you go. So we got all the RGB connected on that end. You got the. So lighting strip time. We're setting up lights.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking, do we want this in the top or we want it in the bottom? Or do we want it on the front like this?
Maybe. Because this is lit up. Those are
So we
lit
got
up.
this.
No. Not through this.
I'm gonna just
How about maybe?
make sure you got in the right direction. Well, keep in mind, we got to be mindful of the cabling too. Where's the cable for it?
Oh, the cable's right here. Or we could go down at the bottom, shine it up, because we have this light shining down, we have this light shining out. So yeah, we'll need it at the bottom because we don't have a riser for this yet. Currently, anyway. And then whenever yeah, it'll be kind of dark down there.
I'm missing parts. There should be a piece like this somewhere around there.
Huh?
I need parts.
And then they have the little connectors.
Yeah, I know.
Little extensions. So we'll need to keep that somewhere safe.
Right now, I'm just trying to figure out how to power it all. It's the wireless RGB receiver, which we don't need. That's the
No. Get away from the glass. Go away. Sorry, there is a cat by the tempered glass.
Nice strip.
Okay.
Question is, I don't even think we're going to need this.
What if we just daisy chain it off of that?
Well,
Power it.
no, you don't think you understand what I'm doing here. Did you pull anything off of this?
Hmm?
Did you pull anything off the back of this?
No.
Okay, cool.
It's just magnetic.
Okay, cool. Hold that. Because here's the thing. Here's the situation. All the cabling is in the top. Every bit of it. All our cabling is in the top. So anything crazy that you want involves me doing something really crazy to move it. So it's going to have to be in the top.
Okay. We can.
Unless, hold up. Big unless.
Right over
Big
here.
Unless. This is supposed to.
Right here. Just top.
The video card. You shush me over the phone. I'm going to shush you now. There might be an RGB. There might be an RGB header on the video card. Sometimes they make those. And there it is right there. The plates, the front face plates attached to it. Oh, damn. We're missing something. There's got to be an extension of some kind here. Let's see. This goes...
Where's that little wire that I gave you?
What little wire that you gave me? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold up. Where is it? Fuck. Where are you? All these are plugged in.
What do you think of this?
It's just, I don't want to drape them across like that. No, that looked tacky. Well, keep in mind, this is going to be metal up here too.
Yeah.
But it still is going to look tacky. Let's see here. This needs to be pulled through. This needs to be pulled up to give it more room. Actually, that didn't need to go up that way. That can go right up this way. Now these three fans are daisy chained together, right? 1, 2, 3, yes. What am I missing? There's one missing here. There is, all right, this one's attached to the top, yeah.
Press Syndicate is doing something.
Yeah, he's sending gifts, he's sending sparks.
Oh.
Thank you very much for the sparks, I definitely appreciate it. Right now we are working on trying to figure out where we are going wrong with the RGB, because something's just not quite sitting right. And I don't like it. And it has me upset. So we've got, this is, and that goes one. All right, I need to rerun these. I need to rerun these. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. So there's that. That comes out the power supply. This is the RGB coming in for the initial bit. Okay. Fans. The RGB for the fans. The RGB for the fans. So we got this fan's right here. This plugs in here. No, that's not going to work because that's a one-way fan. That's why. Fuck. This doesn't have a pass-through. So that's going to be at the end of my loop. Fish that through. It's right here. That's going to have to be at the end of my loop.
Okay.
Because that's the only one that doesn't have a pass-through. So, first thing we got to do here. And this is part of RGB, people. You got to kind of figure it out as you go along. So we're going to go.
This one only has a tiny little extender.
What's that?
This one only has a tiny little extender.
And that's what the splitter is for. You didn't see a splitter? What?
The splitter over there that I pulled out earlier?
No. There's a splitter that I just had in here.
No, I didn't.
This one. It's a 1 to 2 splitter.
Oh, cool.
Actually,
Cool.
hold up.
Do you want to do the 1 to 2 splitter on that?
I'm thinking so.
Yeah, one of the 2s. Here's the 1.
No. These actually come out.
Yeah.
So I need, because this is the main power. This is the main power that comes out.
Okay.
Okay, from the board. So I need to figure out where my extension point is, because this is going to be the main feed. Plug that in the end of that.
Okay.
This is plugged into this.
Did you see All-In's well worth the time white on white tempered glass RGBs?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. All in that. Yeah, it is a different type of stock cooler. I didn't want to go. I mean, first of all, the processor didn't have a stock cooler to begin with, mainly because I bought it inside of a Alienware. So it had the Alienware the Alienware AIO in it, which is fine, and it was okay for a time. But unfortunately, the Alienware AIO is set to work with an Alienware motherboard, which is set to work in an Alienware computer. Since I don't have an Alienware computer now, that means that AIO is worthless to me, and it won't fit without destroying my board. So that puts us in this position where now I'm having to go and go about it a different way. So we see it tuck. Now we're at the point of a PC system building where it is tuck and feed. Tuck and feed. Do you have that extension?
Right here.
Okay, hand it here. We need. Okay, can you give me a male to male end in there?
Do you want male to male small or male to male extended?
Just male to male, be fine. Did you pull parts from me? Oh no. I didn't pull all the parts from the Alienware. The only things that I pulled from the Alienware is I pulled the processor and the hard drives. Everything else is new. I had to because when I originally bought the Alienware, I bought the Alienware refurbished for $12.50, and which isn't a bad deal if you consider it had the 6850K in it and it had a 1080 video card in it. Well, the problem is I swapped out the video card from the PNY reference card that was in it, which I think are garbage, to a Strix 1080. Well, for some reason, the way that good old Dell designed the new Alienwares, they didn't design it with the thought process of using open blower style cards. You can only use reference cards in them. So as a result, as a direct result of that, where were you trying to put this?
Like the preference, or
where are you trying to put it? What?
Like where would I prefer to put it, or where was I putting it whenever we were trying to figure out how to fit it?
Where do you want it?
Probably on the bottom, because the bottom's going to be dark. It doesn't have any RGBs down here.
Well, it does, but it doesn't. Because this will limit RGB as well as. So why don't we do this? Let's see. I still have to figure out. Did I plug the fan back in? Or did I plug the fan this back into RGB? I think I did. I'm pretty sure I did. I might have. I did not. Ah, damn. Okay, so that's okay. That's okay. I think I got an extra one here, don't I?
Pull out the...
Do I have an extra one here?
Yeah. You have this right here.
Okay, hand me that extra one. That'll work. I'll just take that extra one here. I will plug her in right here. That gives us our RGB there. Blip. All right, so that RGB's plugged in. It looks like we're almost done with this. We've just got to reassemble and get the glass in line. And my wife's got to figure out where the hell she wants this RGB strip to go.
Okay. Let's put it along there, and then we can feed the wire through and down the bottom.
Why don't I just do this?
Beautiful.
Well, I could use the RAM. I could use the RAM. I couldn't use the motherboard or the PSU because those were the problem issues. Those were the problem issues in general. Alienware is their power supply units and motherboards are proprietary, so you can't just go plugging in an OEM or an aftermarket power supply into it because they swap the pins around on purpose. The motherboard's the same way. The RAM would have worked just fine in this, but for the purposes of this particular stream, I decided to go with the Trident Z's just because the way it looks overall, having nasty green RAM would just look hideous in it. So that was more of an aesthetic audible.
And that'll be around the bottom.
I guess that'll be okay. That should be all right. So that was more of an aesthetic audible call at the last second. But yeah, the motherboard and the power supply, the motherboard and the PSU were completely out of the question because those were OEM and those were part of the reasons it was causing the problem. So it wasn't part. It was part of my problem, not part of my solution. So I got rid of it. Okay, so here we go. Let's see. We're getting ready. We're getting ready to be right here at the end of this. Look at that.
just set it
It's
down. I'll
done.
do the.
So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna start closing her on up.
And we can move this.
That's the wrong camera.
There we go. All the internals.
Still tucking back here, doing some last minute cleanup, but I think we got it and we're done. We got our RGB ran.
Don't forget the not safe for work tag.
Oh, for what? For what exactly, Olin? For the hardware porn? So
a few last minute tucks.
So well, thank you. Yeah, it's nice. I've been building for a while, and I actually wanted to start doing streams regularly. So I mean, if you like the content, by all means, feel free to subscribe to my channels. I'm going to be doing it both on Twitch and on Mixer. I'm probably going to be adding some later to YouTube, should that come to it. But let's go ahead and we're going to start boxing this thing up, and then we're going to fire this thing up and let you see some colors.
We need to put the.
What? No, I need the case. We need to reassemble it.
I'm grabbing the glass.
Or you know what? Yeah, let's do a dry run without it. We can do a dry run without it. Let's do that. Let's do that. We'll do that. That's cool. I totally understand. We will do it that way. So what I'm gonna do first is I don't necessarily have a monitor to plug it into on this desk. But what I can do is I can fire it up and at least give you guys some colors. I need a keyboard and mouse though, so it'll post.
Okay, hang on, let me go grab it.
All right. Fire it up, see if our lights are hitting like they're supposed to. 3, 2, 1, and come on. What?
Here you go. I went and grabbed the small one. The 2 in one.
That won't work.
Huh?
That won't work.
What do you mean it won't work?
It won't work. I need a USB. It won't work. It's wireless. That just trust me, it won't work. I've already done it. Okay.
That sucks.
I still need to plug in the front headers, but that's okay. We'll just do this instead. There you go.
What?
It's on.
You have a remote control.
I'm gonna give you. No, the remote control didn't work. I actually connected. There you go, man. I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna move the good camera and give you some really good view of it. There we are. Look at that.
Oh, that's nice. That's very nice.
We got RGB on top of
this
RGB.
guy isn't lighting up.
What?
The strip.
I'll give it some time. I still have to configure it all. But there we are. I still got to do a little bit of tweaking to it, but I think all in all it turned out pretty well. I still have to connect the I still need to connect the front panel connectors. Kind of missed that, but the fans look beautiful. This cooler looks amazing. Thank you. We're gonna shut her down now. But there we are. It is a thing of beauty. It's gonna look amazing on our.
She lives.
This thing's gonna look amazing on our media center. This is actually gonna go in our living room. This is what we're going to be hooking our VR up to and playing all that. And so we wanted something that would actually show off. And the reason why, dear, is you plug this in upside down.
Oh.
See where it says DC12U?
No, I didn't.
Hopefully it didn't blow it out. We'll see.
Oh, that works. Okay,
there we
turn
go.
It around. That's it.
There we are.
Now she lives.
Now we got the underlight here going on.
Oh, that looks nice.
So when it's done, if you'll hand me that the glass side panel.
Side panel.
So I still have to do a little bit more work. It's not a whole lot, but ultimately this is the side panel. So the side panel is actually going to sit on here just like this, and it's got glass all across the front, so that when you look at it, you're going to see light shooting from all angles, and I just think it's going to look really sexy. Whoa, we just lost power. I think it was so good it actually shut down my.
Yeah, we did. Unplugged a little bit.
So.
Plug's a little loose.
So this will end up going in like this, and then the front panel is going to be all glass too, and I think that's going to look very, very nice. Not only that, if you look close enough, this Strix X99, the actual PCI Express slots are RGB lit too. So you got RGB, you got a Republic of Gamers plaque that's actually covered by the cooler right now. Once I swap that out with an AIO or a water cooling loop, you're going to be able to see that better, but that's going to be lit. The G.Skill RAM is lit, and this keeps shutting down, and I don't know why. Yeah, this, unfortunately, it looks like a built-in I.O. shield, but it isn't. That is not an I.O. shield, unfortunately. It's just a shroud that covers it, and then you have a metal I.O. shield that fits over it. But it still looks cool, and the color on it's pretty nice. I need to find out why this thing keeps power cycling. I need to hook this up to a monitor like stat.
Okay.
So what we're going to do here, let me go ahead and power that down.
We have an extra monitor anywhere.
First, I need to hook up the I.O. And no, we don't, so I'm going to have to...
Is there one in Luke's room?
Yes, but it's not going to fit on this one.
Damn.
It's not HDMI. It's okay. We'll get it. I just need to figure out what's going on. Give me a second while I work this out. But it looks really nice. We're moving in the right direction. One step at a time. It's the trial and error PC building. It could be something simple.
Loose power cable. Or pressed in the power reset button.
Actually, the power reset isn't even... I started it up directly from the motherboard, so... But that's okay. We'll figure this out. Not a big deal.
Maybe it's just doing that because it won't post.
Yeah, it is possible that it's power cycling because it can't post right now because I don't have a keyboard and mouse connected to it. Mm-hmm. That is very possible. But I will know more when I get to hook it up to a monitor, which I'll be hooking up to that one in a second. But first things first, let's get this front panel connected so I can actually seal this joker up. So let's see, on this we've got speaker, we've got HDD LED, power switch reset. Whoa, that's...
What?
Where's the... This is the power switch. So this is the power LED. Plus and minus an HD LED. I hope these are in the right direction because this would really suck if they weren't. Alright, so there's that. Power LED plus.
My bro, all in says my bro's EVGA power supply kept causing power cycles because the cord that came with it was very sensitive to moving around the case. That's possible because it was loose. It was wiggling a little bit.
Well, I'll know more when we get it all hooked up. But it looks like I got this set up here. Hand me that card. Where's the power cable?
Hand you what?
Let's see. Watch out.
Let's just leave it there and not move it. I see a light.
All right. So it doesn't look like. All right. So it looks like it's a success. Looks like everything's fired up. Yeah. This one's pretty thick. This is the one that actually came with it, I think. So this one's actually pretty good. I honestly think The thing is with Asus, if you don't have it completely connected, if you don't have like everything hooked up when you post it, it doesn't want to post. So I'm thinking that has a lot to do with it. But first, I gotta get it hooked up to something. So let's go ahead and do that now.
We're just grab you the keyboard and mouse then.
And an HDMI cable, please. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to, I actually have 2 monitors set up to this system. So I'm just going to swap that out, and hopefully she'll bring me a keyboard and mouse so I can, because this thing will not post without a keyboard and mouse plugged into it. Well, let's have a look real quick before. 60, 41, 60, 41, BF. BF means there's no keyboard and mouse attached to it. Let's see. You really can't see it for all the white, but it does say BF. There we go, see? BF. What? What is okay? What's short? It'll work just fine. I just need to be able to hook it up. Right now, I need a keyboard and a mouse, and I need an HDMI cable.
I have it right here.
Thank you. Because this thing will not get past the BF. Yes, I've actually updated. That was the first thing I did yesterday. I did all those updates before I even started the stream, because I wanted to make sure it was all good to go. So yes, I did take care of all that early on.
This keyboard is dusty.
So give me a second. What I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to move the Twitch stream. I'm going to move the Twitch chat over here into this other monitor. That way I can see what you're saying, and we can talk and whatnot while I'm still streaming. But yeah, the motherboard's completely updated. I updated the BIOS last night.
Scoot this one over too, or no?
No, I'm not the least bit concerned about that because no one's talking it anyway. Here. How about this? I can plug this in right here. And then I can go. Okay. Keyboard and mouse plugged in. Got an HDMI source plugged in. Let's fire this up, see what this gives me. I'm actually bringing it over into this side here.
Is it going to open up in portrait?
No, it's not. It's going to open up in
twist it?
Yes, we can, but I'm not going to because you'll rip that cable right out.
Ah, okay.
Are we? Come on. What's going on here? Give me the manual, please.
Which one?
The motherboard manual. Because this is not.
Right here.
Right here. BF. Exit boot services event. No, that's not it. BF, reserved for future AMI codes. Oh, you bastards.
Hmm.
I know I've got the RAM in the right slots. Let's go ahead and reseat them real quick. This is just part of the trial and error. I wonder, do we tighten these down enough? Check those, see if that's good. Okay, that's fine. Make sure that's all plugged in correctly. That's good. Those are plugged in. Double check all the power. There we go. What's up? There we are. Success. Now it was just the memory timing was off a little bit, so I just had to.
Reset.
Well, I had to make an adjustment to the RAM frequency speed. But yeah, we're up and running. Yeah. Yeah, it's exactly what it was. It was a memory related code. What it was the memory frequency. In order to build this, basically what happened was this: the X99 platform runs off of 2133 or 2400. Thing is, whenever you lose all the power to it, you have to start it off in 2133, or else the processor will not pick it up. So what I did was I hit the memok function. So memok would go through and it would cycle through and it reset everything back to 2133, and now it's booted up. So now it's just a matter of now that I've got it booted like this. What I can do here is now I can go in onto the XMP profiles and I can adjust the XMP because this is actually 3000 megahertz memory. So that's what I'm going to try to do now and see if we can.
I thought it only went to 24.
XMP is different. So let's see, we got QFan control, QFan setup, high amp, AC fan extension card. Okay, just for grins, let's play with our new RGB. What do you think? Let's see. We'll go to tool real quick. Where did I find that last night when I was goofing off with it? Boot option 1 is not that hard drive. We are gonna adjust that directly because I already have Windows installed and everything. All I gotta do is just start it up. It's just a matter of starting it up and making it go. So let's see here. Go back. Where are you? Advanced network stack onboard devices.
Right there.
Here you go. Ready? Let's test out the RGB, shall we? Let's go with red. Boom! It's all red. Look at that. It's all red, like literally all red.
Goodness.
What?
That looks nice.
Yeah. Let's go orange. All orange. Everything's all the same color. That's beautiful. All right, we're gonna go olive, chartreuse, lime, spring green, teal, Dodger blue, dark violet, purple, pink, and white. And then do a color cycle. There it is.
That's nice.
That's beautiful. Love it.
That reflects really well on the.
So go ahead and hand me the panels. We're gonna start putting this all back together.
Okay. You look it up? Right behind you.
And there we have it. Let me get the.
I do like how it comes apart.
All right, let's go ahead and we're gonna set her up vertically, and we still need to set up the filters too.
Yeah.
Oh, lost a camera there, but that's okay.
Filters?
Let me go and turn this around for the masses real quick, so they can enjoy this fine display. Here we go. We're gonna, and boom. Look at her. She's pretty. TLDR. Not familiar with what you're. But yeah, I share the sentiment. What do you think? We did okay, yeah? And the way we set up the lighting, we've got lighting all through the bottom.
Oh, we gotta put the front panel on. Here you go.
This is just straight hardware porn for the masses.
I think that one goes on the
It goes on the outside.
Yeah. Front glass. Oops.
Right in the top. Thank you for
The top.
Thank you for taking the time to visit with us tonight. We definitely appreciate it. We had a lot of fun, had some laughs, had some tears. But all in all, we came out with a really kick-ass looking build.
And where's the back? There's the back.
Cable management looks amazing. Now, one thing you guys...
Can you hand me the...
Sorry. Oh, wait. I can't put this. This comes on last.
Oh, yes. Back first. Thank you. Here we go. That
Right.
piece.
Let's see now. This is going to go just back. Hold up. Let's see. Here, here.
Cord.
Now, here's one thing that you can't see from that angle. I'll whip it around in a minute and show you. But even the power supply, power supply is RS sync. So, like, even if I spin this around, which I will in a second, you'll see that even the power supply is shooting white light out of it.
No, that's backwards. Does that one go there?
Here, pick it up.
Here, why don't we put it on this? Here. You just put it on. But where does this one go?
Bottom.
Bottom. Yeah. And then I can just go on the outside because it's the bottom.
Actually, we're going to have to work that one out because that doesn't go there. Anyway, so let me flip it around
This
here.
one go there. That one goes there.
Look at that. Even the power supply. You can see the power supply glowing through the back of the machine. That's crazy. So let's go ahead and get Windows up and running on this thing because it's, like I said, I pulled these out of another computer. So
Stick that there for now. Well, not there. Stick this on right there.
I already pulled these out of another build, so I already know it has Windows on it. Now it's just a matter of configuring it. And I'm sorry, but I'm kind of pressed for space here, so you can't see everything that I'm doing. And I apologize in advance for that.
Oh, that looks nice.
I
Reset.
remember. It lights up around the room.
I like that. I like the lights at the bottom.
We still gotta put that 3.
This case is bright.
Oh yeah, this thing will light up a room. That's for sure. Yeah, because I mean, the other computer that I have, if I show you here, this is actually our daily driver that we use for any normal thing. And I can't really show it to you here, so give me a second. This is the normal computer. Identical specs, but it's got Corsair AIO in it, and then same video card and all that, but it's in the Corsair Crystal 570X. Let me reset that again. So that's my daily driver build that we use for this stream. Even that's running this stream, and I've got it overclocked. I've got an AIO connected to it, and I've got it overclocked to 4 gigahertz on a 3.6 gigahertz processor, and it's only pumping 38 degrees on the package right now, which is really nice. So there you have it. We're going through final checks right now, just getting everything all cleaned up. What's that?
Maybe the small one goes there. I'm not sure.
That definitely goes there. Actually, see, it's too long. Oh, not actually. Nope. Nope.
Here's the short. The
Is that
fat
true?
one. It's shorter but fatter. This is longer and skinnier.
And nope, this doesn't fit into here. Well, it might. It's just catching on something. There we go. It's catching on one cable. But no. Too long. I don't. There we go. Got it. It's just tight fit. So, thank you very much, everybody, for watching the stream. We are so happy to spend time with you guys tonight, but it's getting super late. I've got to finish setting up windows in this Joker, and we are going to call it a night. But yeah, it's working. It's all up and ready to go. I've got it posting here.
What is that on the fan?
Let's put on the fan.
There's something on the fan.
Just a piece of plastic, Colleen. All right, so
Thank you guys.
guys have a great night. I'm going to be updating. I'll be updating and doing some follow-ups after I get a chance to fully tweak it and get all that stuff taken care of. But it's getting a little bit late, and I got to be up early tomorrow. So you guys have a great night, and thanks again for visiting with us. Take care.